Hello everyone, I am Sacrabalic, your Envoy of Hope, and I am here with
John.
just John. And welcome to Cold Topic episode, I guess 15 is what episode we're on. 15 is a solid number, it's half of 30.
It is half
So,
30, which
well,
is it was my age last year.
oh shoot. And 15 was my age last year, so that's quite the coincidence. Um, we'll have to do something for podcast number 30. Um, but anyway, John, how have you been?
I've been good. I've been working a lot, watching some shows. No spoilers because it's something I'll be talking about next month because I did not have the time to finish it for this one. Um, I've been trying out some new games, trying to get some ideas for some things, and just chilling like a real villain. So,
Nice.
yeah. How about you? How have you
Nice.
been?
Terrible.
Nightmares.
Absolutely nightmarishly terrible. If I can't keep moving, my heart goes crazy. You know, we've been having that problem. And now I have debilitating vertigo, so I can't stand or walk. So,
I didn't
uh,
know. There, yeah.
yeah, if I stand, I have heart problem, or if I sit, I have heart problems. But if I stand, I fall over.
Interesting.
So I'm doing real well. I think I am feeling a bit better as far as the vertigo goes, but I was having trouble. Like I was getting water for this stream, and I was having trouble getting the water. So yeah, I'm not there. You know, I'm not fully better. Maybe if you give it a few days, I'll be a bit better. But
Well, fair enough. So, but you should get some definite rest after tonight.
I'm trying. I'm getting really annoyed with these health problems, though.
Understandable, yeah.
What does the doc say? I will tell you when I see them. See, what I have to do is I have to schedule. I have to basically plan to get sick. Because I have to schedule my appointments a month in advance.
Oh, neat.
I've had this cardiology appointment for about 2 months now, and I don't get to see them until next Friday.
Well,
So
hopefully
that'll
that's.
be that'll be great. I'm gonna see if I can't lean back and move this microphone a little closer to my face. Actually,
Well, I was gonna say you should get like a lay down setup.
hmm.
Yeah,
I can consider that.
yeah. There you go.
Um,
I'm halfway there.
do I
So,
sound? By the way, do I sound okay now that I'm trying this lean back? Here is the plus side. I actually have an adjustable standing desk, so everyone has been seeing me ever since I got it in standing mode. This is what sitting mode looks like. I
transforming.
probably could have still got the green screen going if I really wanted to put through the effort, but I don't really want all that light shining down on me because it hurts my eyes.
Yeah, that's
And it's a real because I'd have to adjust the height of the green screen. This is technical aspects no one cares about, but hey, I don't care if this is an entertaining podcast. How about that? Because I'm gonna say some inflammatory stuff later on. So
I can
this
only imagine.
this is going to be the podcast where I go to war. So if this is the podcast where I bore everyone with the technical aspects of my setup, I'm okay with that. You're dealing with chill sack right now.
The chillest of
The
sack.
worst kind of sack.
The absolute worst. And the answer to everyone's question, yes, I am wearing a Britney Spears shirt.
Yo, Britney's hype actually.
Yo, free Britney.
Underappreciated. You know who is underappreciated? Madonna.
Madonna is highly underappreciated. She
Shout out
was
to
in
my.
banger movies in the
Uh,
90s.
oh, I was talking about her songs.
Well, that too. She
Get
also
into
did
the groove, Material Girl.
uh
Uh,
oh my god.
yeah. Shout out to
The
Madonna.
James Bond song she did for I want to say Tomorrow Never Die.
Oh, she had one of the worst James Bond songs, actually.
What? No.
I mean, yeah, she did do a James Bond song, but yeah, she had one of the worst ones.
Fair enough.
And I've seen every Bond film, so even the
I
non-canon ones.
I've only seen the Brosnan ones and most of the Craig ones.
I've seen all of the Craig ones and the Brosnan ones. Skyfall is the best one, by the way.
You know, I was arguing with this the other day with my best friend before we were watching Eternals, if Skyfall was the best one, and it is. I think it's the best
It is the best one.
A lot of people don't like it because they're like, it's the Dark Knight, but James Bond. I'm like, yeah, it is. But Dark
Well,
Knight movie.
first off, Skyfall is one of the few ones that's an actually good movie, just in general. They're mostly terrible. And I can say that because I've probably seen more James Bond than everyone else. But having seen all of them. But also, there's a lot of like callbacks and references to earlier James Bond films that, unless you are familiar with James Bond, you're probably not. Like, you probably wouldn't catch, but for longtime Bond fans, they're in there, and I can really appreciate them. Yes, I got your like a virgin joke, Pache. Ha 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 ha. I actually don't think Like a Virgin is that good of a song. I think that's one of her weaker songs.
I always forget that it's Madonna.
Yeah. I think that's one of her weaker ones, honestly.
Madonna's one of my mom's favorite artists, too, so I should know that.
One of whom?
My mom's favorite artist.
Oh, yes. Well, I am about the same age as your mom, so. Anyway. Yeah, that's how I've been doing. Besides that, I don't know. Like, I haven't been able to stream because I've been feeling bad off and on. I broke my glasses.
Yeah.
I broke them, so that's awesome. I love that fact. These are the replacement glasses. I bought Robotics Notes on Blu-ray and then realized I didn't need to buy Robotics Notes on Blu-ray because I can probably just watch it on Funimation, so that was great. Now I own Robotics Notes, which, to be fair, I've thought about buying Robotics Notes before, so I'm not super upset about that, but that was a use of $20 I didn't need to spend. And yeah, I've decided to, because I always like heavily regiment. I can't think very good right now. You're gonna have to also forgive my lack of vocabulary. Monitor what anime I watch in what order. I've just been having fun with it the past few days. Like, since the Vertigo got really heavy, I'm like, you know what? Let's not schedule out what I'm gonna watch and decide what. I'm just gonna literally pick whatever I want to watch. I'm just gonna go through my list. Whatever I want to watch, I'm watching that now.
Not a bad way to do it, to be honest. That's how I do it.
Yeah, so I watched Hiroaka Season 5.
I saw that.
It was bad.
I have a Hiroaka fan in the room with me right now.
Well, Season 5 is bad, and I'm willing to say that.
That's fine.
Yeah, I also think Season 1 is boring, and Season 5 is bad. I liked all of the other seasons, like 2, 3, and 4, I thought were good. I think Season 2 was the best season, honestly. But because it also was the season that showed that the show had the most potential. I'm just going to repeat all of this when I release an episode of Water, but whatever, I don't care. Again, this is the podcast. Zach doesn't care. You'd think I'm drunk, but I haven't been drinking.
I was going to say, I haven't seen you drunk in a while.
Well, the doctor told me not to drink because it might damage my liver.
Yeah, mine too, but it's more so because I drink very sugary drinks.
So well, no. She said, like, while my side is hurting, don't drink alcohol because that's where your liver is. But they did an X-ray and my liver's fine, so I guess I'm okay to drink, but I just haven't been doing it.
We'll do a New Year's thing. We'll bring in the New Year's.
Oh, sure. If my doctors give me an okay on it, why not?
That's fair.
I don't care.
By that time, I should be diabetes-free.
Nice. I'll make like a screwdriver or something. I'll make something fruity.
I'll make my normal tropical drink.
Yeah, but yeah, more to Hiroaka, which wasn't a topic we have on the podcast. But again, this is the podcast. I don't care. Yeah, I saw a lot of potential in Season 2, and as of Season 5, I am convinced that Hiroaka will never live up to that potential, and Horikoshi is just flying by the seat of his pants, and he has no idea where he's going. I feel like he made the series with an ending in mind, and he had no idea how he was going to get there. And I feel like he's just making stuff up now.
Sounds like a lot of stories.
Yeah.
I mean,
Um,
where am I gonna go with this?
yeah. Like, I feel because it starts with Deku being like, this is how I became the greatest hero. So it's like very clearly that's what he's working to. I don't think he knew how that was going to happen. And I became convinced of that with the reveal. Have you seen season 5?
I have not. No, I
Excuse me.
think I stopped halfway through 3.
Great, I'm going to spoil it for you. Anyway, so with the reveal of the Meta Liberation Army, just coming out with their like villains with 110,000 members, I'm like, you mean to tell me a villain organization formed in the background of 110,000 members out of nowhere, and no one noticed it, and no one has even mentioned or foreshadowed it until season 5? You didn't have this plan, did you?
No.
This was not a plan. You literally just were like, man, how do I make the League of Villains stronger? I know, rival villain group. It's just like, bam! I'm like, this isn't, you're just making this up as you're going now.
I mean, aren't we all?
I
Making up as we go.
know. I'm confident Oda knows where One Piece is going and how to get there.
Which is psychotic because he's been doing this for like 20 years now. Which it's crazy. He's like, I know exactly what I want. It's going to take forever for it to finish, but I know where it's going.
That's how you get to be the best-selling manga of all time, though.
That's true, yeah.
You plan 30 years ahead of time.
Yeah, I mean,
you don't get to be number one by not planning the next 30 years of your comic out.
so note to self, kids. If you wanna be good and get ahead in life and be successful, plan your life 30 years in advance.
Yes. I do feel like Oda sometimes creates plot threads and then just ties things back into the plot threads that he left dangling earlier on. I think an absolute start-to-finish plan of One Piece would have been impossible, just based on the scope. But what I think is he does this thing that smart writers do, which is that they create open plot threads that they can later go back to. You know, in the future, where they're like, hey, this is a plot thread I had dangling. I can tie this current thing that's kind of similar to that previous idea to this new thing. And then everyone goes, oh, you're so smart, Oda, because honestly, compared to someone like Horikoshi who's just clearly making stuff up, yeah, it's a kind of smart to create threads you can go back to later. And I'm not going to say that like Horikoshi is 100% flying by the seat of his pants. I think he has some plans. Like I think he had a general idea, like how One for All worked at the start of the series. I think that was properly foreshadowed, but he didn't plan Meta Liberation Army. That was nothing.
Just shoehorned in.
Yeah. I mean, maybe it's an issue between adaptions. Maybe they're foreshadowed earlier in the manga, but if so, that means the anime adaptation at the bare least, like at the bare minimum, dropped a lot of balls. Like so many. Like it was a professional juggler and it just dropped everything.
It reminds me of George Lucas.
Oh yeah.
I'm sure most people have heard of him. You know, he did some wacky movies in the 70s and 80s called Star Wars, and he had a vision, and boy, did it come to fruition.
I mean, George Lucas, for as crappy as every Star Wars film is, except for Episode 4, at the very least, he had ideas that, if executed better, wouldn't have like resulted in bad writing. Like how he wants to create like thematic parallels between episodes 1 through 3 and episodes 4 through 6. Like they're smart in ideas. The execution was where he kind of botched it.
Yeah, that's fair.
So like he didn't exactly, I mean, I stand corrected. I was going to say he didn't exactly like spontaneously reveal an entire army, but he did. It was called Episode 2.
Yep. Yep, he did. He sure did.
Never mind.
Backtracking that statement.
Never mind. Maybe George Lucas is as good of a writer as Horikoshi.
That's what I'm saying. It reminds me very much of a man I know. Personally. Yeah, we're friends.
You were school chums, yeah.
Yeah.
I've seen the picture.
Yeah.
Oh, that was my recap for some reason. Oh yeah, and I'm also started watching So I'm a Spider, So What, which is a lot better. So
I've been looking. I want to actually watch that.
oh, I was interested when the light novel was coming out.
Yeah.
There wasn't an anime at that time. They hadn't even announced it. So when they made an anime, I'm like, sweet, I'll check this out.
Anything that has to do with spiders, I'm in.
Oh, okay. Well, it's an isekai story. Like an actual isekai story. Not like a fake one where you have to argue your way into, technically Digimon's an isekai. No, I mean, it's just straight up. It is an isekai.
Well, I mean, technically.
It is. Like, just straight up, it's an isekai. So.
Fair enough, yeah. Yeah, it's on my list. I'm gonna check it out probably after I finish Tokyo Ghoul.
Oh, yeah. Season 1 is good. Season 2 is not good. I actually watched the first 2 seasons with my grandma. Excuse me. Because when I went to watch the show, I saw a comment saying, you should not watch the show with your grandma. And I was like, well, I take offense to that statement. So.
Well, fuck you. I'm gonna do it anyways.
Yes.
That'll teach him, Zach. You should go back to that comment and be like, you know what? I did.
I don't think that comment would still be there.
Fair enough, yeah. That'd be really funny.
Yeah. This was.
I did watch this with my grandma.
I think I was like like a freshman or something in high school. Like this was like 10, 12, 15 years ago. Something. This was a very long time ago.
I was gonna say 15 for me. Yeah, damn, it's a very long time ago.
I don't know, 20 years ago. We'll say 20 years. This was like 20 years ago. So when Tokyo Ghoul came out,
this was 20,000 years ago.
This was literally 2 trillion years ago. I too,
Weaver.
I too had to wait for the Big Bang, just like a shinin. Medaka box.
Fair enough, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, speaking of Medaka box, there was an announcement recently. I don't know if I didn't look into it, but I think this was confirmed. One of my favorite manga, Gantz, which I believe is one of the only 4 manga I've ever given a 10, is getting a film adaptation. A Hollywood film adaptation.
Oh boy.
I don't think I need to say that I am not looking forward to that.
Well,
I won't be watching it.
As someone who's about to watch Cowboy Bebop and then watch the live action series right after, yeah.
Yeah.
As someone who's spent money on the movie Dragon Ball Evolution, as someone who's seen the Death Note live action movie.
See, I have the good sense to not watch live action anime adaptations. I think the only one I've actually seen is Ghost in the Shell, which was a movie, I guess. To be fair, the Ghost in the Shell anime isn't good either, so.
Yeah, that's with Scarlett Johansson, right?
Yeah, it was Scarlett Johansson, yeah. Scarjo.
Scarjo? So, yeah.
That was the recap. Oh yeah, we were supposed to talk about what we've been playing. John, what have you been playing?
I have been playing. Well, I finished Resident Evil 4, which we'll get to.
No, on stream.
On stream. Well, see, so the funny thing is, I have not. I went to go start on Monday, but I didn't. For some reason.
Yeah, that's right. You announced November 1st.
Yeah. I was going to do it, but a couple things came up and I couldn't do it. Because of work and stuff. So I'm hopefully this is a semi-definite. Gonna start back up on Monday.
Oh, nice.
Where we'll finish Majora's Mask for the 100th time.
Good. Yes.
I said that. Yeah. That will.
It's a cursed playthrough.
It really is. Every time I start it, I never finish it. So
yeah, you just gotta push through the curse. Just get right up in there.
And the sad thing is like one of my top 10 favorite games of all time, and I just can never seem to finish it.
Yeah.
For whatever reason.
Um, let's see. I don't remember if I talked about doing Silent Hill 4 The Room last time. I think I did.
You
But I
did, yeah.
did Silent Hill 4 The Room. I did Fatal Frame 2 Crimson Butterfly, which was actually really good. Probably one of the best horror games I've ever played. Uh, cementing me as a horror normie indefinite, because that's not an unpopular opinion, is that Crimson Butterfly is really good.
It's okay to have a popular opinion on something that everyone likes.
That's fair, but that's my every horror opinion to me, I think. And let's see. I did Obscure, which is I did that in one stream actually. So that was pretty cool. That was a little horror game that was on like the PS2, Xbox. They removed the Sum 41 songs. It was kind of middle of the row. It was mid tier for sure. And let's see, Resident Evil 5. And I started Fatal Frame 3, The Tormented, and then health problems hit. So, speaking of which, I feel like I'm gonna vomit. So that's fun. That started about 5 minutes ago, by the way. Yeah.
Well, if you do have to stop, we can stop the podcast.
That's fine. That's fine. You know what? If I vomit, I vomit. You know what?
If you need to, we can make it a two-parter. I'm 100% fine with that, and just mash it together.
Yeah. So anyway, that's the recap. I think we're moving on. I would like to stream Fatal Frame tomorrow. I know Horror Month is supposed to be over. We should be starting Pokemon. I'm gonna at least finish up Fatal Frame 3. I don't know if we're gonna do the mystery game after all. We might skip it. We might not. I don't know. I'll decide. That one's up a little dicey in the air. But yeah, we're finishing Tormented, bare minimum. So, and then we'll move on to Pokemon, which I am genuinely excited to do.
X is a great game.
For the first time, I am excited to stream a game in months. I think months.
I'm definitely excited. I got a couple things after Majora's Mask that I think are gonna be fun.
2 months. It has been over 2 months since I've been excited about a game I'm streaming, and that was Cabela's Dangerous Hunts 2009. Was the last game I cared about to stream.
Any game I could think of that you care about.
And you know what? That was an amazing playthrough. So, the more I care about playing a game, the better the playthrough is. Honestly, the thing is, I have to say, just gonna toot my own horn, if you don't mind, but personally, I think that my streams have been fire lately. I think the Fatal Frame 2 playthrough was really good. I think the Obscure playthrough was pretty decent, especially at the beginning. And I think the Resident Evil 5 playthrough was really good also. I think I've been on fire lately. I believe I took a level in Streamer. I leveled that up one more tier. So that's pretty hype. I don't know if I'm ready to re-tackle Drakengard 3. I don't think I'm there yet. I think I need to be level 6 or 7 for Drakengard 3. But I think I'm level 5 right now.
You leveling up?
I am. Because that was a big issue when I did Drakengard, was I was like, I don't think I was ready to stream this game. I don't think I can meet its energy yet. It's the only time I've ever felt like that. If that, I'm not sure if you've ever been there.
Oh, Dark Souls.
Dark Souls?
When we first started, I was like, I don't know if I'm ready for this to stream this game, but it ended up being a very fun playthrough.
Yeah. No, when I finished I kept saying it during Drakengard 3. I'm like, this is an okay playthrough, but I know that there is content in this game that could be like, I could be hitting harder with this. And I knew my skills weren't to the level that would be required to deliver the playthrough that game deserves. So it's like one of the few playthroughs where I would like to redo it. Not necessarily because I want to play the game, but because I know I didn't get there. You know, I didn't nail it.
That's fair.
There is a better playthrough that I can deliver in that game. I just need to like sharpen my knives a little.
See, I'm a giant pussy, so I make sure that I play games that I know I'm good at, or at least
Yes.
semi decent at video games.
Oh no, I'm not talking about like playthrough, like skill wise, mechanically. I'm talking about commentary.
Oh, commentary wise,
My
okay.
commentary was not to the level that that game enables a level of commentary I was not able to deliver.
Yeah.
It's like the only time I think I've ever felt that.
That's the other reason why I try to play it safe, because if I'm playing a game I already know about, it's easy to commentate on. Whereas when I'm playing a new game, I'm like, yeah, there's a guy here. I don't know, you know.
Yeah.
That's why I typically don't ever stream brand new games. Just because of that purpose. Because like if I'm playing a brand new game that just came out, I want to experience it first before I even think about streaming it. Mostly because of that, yeah. So I feel where you're coming from.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I play new games I've never played before all the time. That's what it was to be a level 4 streamer. But now I think I'm level 5 now. But Drakengard, you need to be like level 6 or 7. I'm not there. Like even now, I'm like, I don't think I could land a Drakengard playthrough. There's so many like innuendos and jokes, and I'm like, this is just material that a better commentator could capitalize on. But I just like I don't have it. I don't have it there. You know.
I mean, it's okay not to have it just yet. So
Yeah, it's weird. It's so hard to describe. I've never experienced it before, and I couldn't tell, like, I couldn't describe that in any other situation where I'm just like, I lack the skills to stream this game. So,
fair enough.
but if I'm gonna make a controversial statement, I think most streamers lack the skills to stream most games. So, you know.
That's yeah. Yeah. You're not far off.
So,
No, I agree.
but I seek to be better than most streamers. Quality wise, not.
Yeah,
I will never have a stable schedule.
That's like honestly the hardest part, is trying to be on that consistent schedule.
I will never have that.
It's hard. It's not easy.
No.
It's definitely not an easy task.
Yeah, and that's the most important part.
It really is. Yeah.
That's the most important. The most important skill you can develop is a schedule, and I use that as a dump stat.
Fair enough.
Uh,
Let's go on to the first topic.
yes, I have been feeling bad, so I made you have the first topic. I arranged this whole board to my benefit. Because you were supposed to host, so that is the ability I have been granted. The ability to cheat.
Fair enough. That's fine. I'm totally down with that. Yeah, the first topic is my first official playthrough of Resident Evil 4.
Mm-hmm.
And I made sure I beat this before we beat Resident Evil 5, so I can officially say this is the first game in the series that I played and beat.
Nice.
Not
a bad starting point. Excuse me.
Pretty good. Very good game. I thoroughly enjoyed it. I didn't find it too difficult. I felt it was, the good amount of difficulty in it. There's only one part I got stuck at until I decided to suck it up and stop using shotguns and pistols the entire game, and buy that sweet rifle, which made my life a hell of a lot easier. For just that one part, and then I used the rifle again in a couple other areas, but other than that, I really only used it in the one part with the spiky guys on the, like, in the trash area or whatever. That's the only I really needed it for, because that's where I got stuck. I didn't really get stuck. I died once and said, yeah, I probably need the rifle. So I was just low on ammo and shit. And
The spike guys have a pretty easy time dealing with, except for when you get stuck in a cage with two of them.
Yeah, that's what happened. Yeah.
Oh yeah, my solution to that was I immediately broke out of the cage. Like I died like 3 times in a row, and I'm like, all right, enough faffing about, and then I just broke through the cage door, murdered everyone, and then went back in and killed them.
Yeah. That's basically what I did. I just said fuck it, and then I just loaded my last save, went back and talked to the merchant that I should have talked to, but I skipped over for some reason. and got the rifle and you know just busted them up real good.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, it was a very fun game. I'm glad I played it. I bought this game like a year ago too, so I finally got the chance to play it. This has been a game that's eluded me for a very long time. I remember playing it on GameCube at my friend's house, and I was like, I don't know if I like this. So coming back to it, years later, it was a good treat. It was a fun game. The story was very cohesive. I didn't feel like nothing made sense. It made sense in the themes, and everything that was going on in the actual game. The midget dude was really funny, just because he was just a huge shit talker,
I think
and
his name is Salazar.
yeah, and he was also the easiest boss in the game. So I thought that was really funny because I capped him very quickly. So I thought that was hilarious. Um, I also had basically everything upgraded by that point too, just because I was only using the two weapons. So that was a lot of fun when he just talked shit the entire castle section, and then I just bopped him in 3 minutes, and it was done.
Yeah, Salazar's not a whole lot.
No, I didn't
It's a good place to start because it's sort of it's
know.
mostly self-contained. Like there's
Yeah,
some references between like Leon and Ada, but it's mostly its own thing. So it's a good starting Resident Evil game. It's also my third favorite.
yeah. It's definitely my favorite out of the two that I've played. I'll say.
Yeah, I can imagine how it.
Um,
Coincidentally, the other one you played is the worst Resident Evil I've ever played.
fair enough.
So,
I did buy six, so whenever we want to do that,
oh shoot.
I
Shoot.
did buy.
Well, if we do horror month next year, I'm down for a giraffe blowjob.
Fair enough. I bought it just in case. It was like $7. So I was like,
Mhm.
whatever. It was
Y-
it had happened to be on sale like right after we finished five, so I just picked it up. So
Yeah.
whatever. Maybe I'll just play it anyways. But yeah, this game was a lot of fun. I enjoyed the characters. The only thing I hate about the game is the escort mission. That's the only part that I don't like about the game.
The entire game, you mean?
I mean, basically, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of parts where she gets captured and you're just kind of on your own, and those were like my more favorite parts of the game, is because I didn't have to worry about a second person. But I understand. God damn it. I understand why they did it because like back in that era, like escort missions were like a real thing, and they were in the game and in a lot of games at the time. So I can understand why they went that route. And I mean, it pertains to the story as well because it's a rescue mission. So why wouldn't she be with you? So it makes sense in the context of the actual story in the game. But boy, do I hate escort missions, especially
Well,
in game
escort
long.
missions are pretty terrible, but I kind of have to agree with Michael Jones that Ashley's not that bad because of the presence of the bitch button. Uh,
Yeah,
bitch, hide. Bitch, follow. Bitch, move that crank.
yeah. Which I kept on forgetting that was an actual thing.
Oh, well, there you
Yeah.
go then. Yeah.
So like there was like a couple times where I actually utilized it, and it made my life a hell of a lot easier.
Yeah, it'll do
But
that if you
other
play
times,
the
like,
game
oh
properly. Yeah.
god, yeah. I think I died a collective 5 times in this playthrough, something like
Hmm.
that. And not counting the QTE events, because those are the hardest boss in the game. So not counting those, it was 5 times to enemies and or a boss, or Ashley dying. I think Ashley died 3 times, and I died twice.
Right.
My own fuck ups, mistakes. But goddamn, if there's one thing about these both Resident Evil games, minor spoilers for Resident Evil 5, I fucking hate these QTEs and they're the worst. Mostly because I did play this entire game on keyboard and mouse, which
They,
Zach said
they
bad.
weren't in like one or the two, three remakes either, from what I remember.
They weren't.
They were not.
Oh
Yeah. I think they were a 4 edition.
yeah, the QTEs were hot when this game
Well,
came.
4 came out when QTEs were like popular.
Yeah, yeah,
Like the
like
post God of War era, I think.
yeah. Like you had God of War, you had games like Kingdom Hearts, you had a whole bunch of shit. Even Legend of Zelda has fucking QTs, and fucking Twilight Princess.
Well,
So
I'm gonna say I'm pretty sure God of War was what started the boom.
they did, yeah. God of War was like the first game that like capitalized on QTEs. Yeah.
Well, that's not true, but it created the 2000s boom.
Yeah.
The first game that capitalized on QTEs was the inventor of QTEs, Shenmue, a game where everything is a QTE. Literally everything. Absolutely everything. Opening the door is a QTE. Putting on your shoes is a QTE. Throwing a bottle is a QTE. Catching a bottle is a QTE. Petting a cat is a QTE. Shenmue was a bad game.
Oh, shout out to Dreamcast for having Shenmue on it. And I believe PlayStation, or was it just Dreamcast? I don't remember.
I don't know, it's on PC now.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. I believe it's on Xbox and shit too. But that's beside the point. Yeah, I really enjoyed Resident Evil 4, as a game. Is it gonna make me go back and play 1, 2, and 3? Maybe. Maybe I'll give it a second shot. I know I played I own 2 on Xbox and I own 1 as well, the remake or whatever at least.
The remake of 2 is probably my favorite Resident Evil.
Yeah, I have the
The
remake.
remake of 2 is really good. They kind of mess up the Leon Claire split from the original, but the game itself is top tier.
Yeah. I also have 0 and the RE1 remake too.
Okay,
Actually,
RE1 remake is phenomenal. That's number 2, by the way. That's the second Resident Evil over this one. That game is amazing. Just in general, like the puzzles, the mechanics. If you like survival horror, and you don't, but if you do like survival horror, the RE1 remake is woo.
I think that's why I enjoyed Resident Evil 4 as much as I did, because it's like definitely like in the same vein as Resident Evil, but it's a step back from the survival horror type stuff.
Oh
It's
yeah, it's
definitely
definitely in between. It's a
yeah,
hybrid. Like
yeah,
5 is like full on action shooter, whereas 4 is it's still a little bit of a horror game.
yeah. Like there was definitely some spookier moments. Nothing too crazy though, and like I definitely didn't, except for that one instance, I felt like I had not much ammo and stuff like that. But I always had healing items. I always had everything, so I didn't really feel like it was more, it was like less survivally in my. I also played it on like the normal difficulty because I was like, you know what, I ain't gonna play on easy. I'm gonna play on the medium difficulty at least, because it was my first time soloing a Resident Evil game, so I figured it.
RE4 makes it has adaptive difficulty, so it makes itself harder if you're doing well, and it makes itself easier if you're having a rough time.
Yeah,
And
like
like if you use a gun a lot, it'll give you less ammo for that gun.
yeah, I ended up flying through this game like with relative ease too, except for the goddamn QTEs. But um, I started adapting towards the end of the game to like the QTEs and stuff like that. Just because like it was the same buttons mostly all the time and stuff like that. That and like it would be V and C, blah blah blah. Um,
Oh yeah, you're the lunatic that played it on keyboard and mouse.
I did. I beat the entire game on keyboard and mouse.
I got to like the village, and like while Leon still had his jacket, and I was like, this isn't happening, and I shoved a controller in there. I was like, this isn't. I'm not doing this. This feels bad.
Yeah, I took a vow to myself to play as many games keyboard and mouse that I could. Obviously there's some games that I'm just not going to, like Dark Souls, for instance, is a game I'm not gonna play with keyboard and mouse because that's
I would rather play Dark Souls keyboard and mouse than this.
I thought it played fine. I didn't have any issues. Um, I thought it was right. I think it was because playing Resident Evil 5, like before this too, kind of like made it a little bit easier for me because I was like already used to like the layout of 5. You know, it's a little bit different. But like the with the tankiness of the controls, it just took some time to get used to. Like I didn't really get used to it until probably a little after like the second part of the first chapter. That's when I was like, okay, I can get used to this. Because there was a point like when, like you said, when you got to the village and you're like, fuck it, I'm gonna use a controller. Um
Which is right at the start of the game.
yeah, which I almost was like, maybe I should do controller, but I picked up the controller. I was like, you know what, I can make it through this game on keyboard and mouse, and I did. So shout out to myself for doing it the entire time.
Yes.
But anyway,
Um. What I will say is, I mentioned doing a Silent Hill 4, The Room, where about half of that game, not really half of that game, the last third of that game, yeah, honestly, last third is probably accurate. The last third of that game, you have to escort Eileen all the way back through all of the levels you've already done while you're being chased by an invincible killer.
Fun.
So yeah, Ashley, not that bad. Eileen, nightmare fuel.
Yeah, Ashley wasn't that bad. Like especially after I got used to it too.
If
Um.
Eileen gets injured, you get the bad ending.
Oh yeah, fuck that.
Yeah.
Um. Yeah. I will say that I really enjoy this game. If I could throw a rating out there, I'd say this is a solid 9 out of 10 for me.
Mhm.
Um, I thought everything was good. The controls were fine. The story was good. The difficulty was perfect. Even though I played it on like a normal setting, I didn't find it too challenging in any part. The puzzles were stupid easy. I never got lost, mostly because I actually used the map for once. I think that was the biggest shout out in this playthrough is that I actually used my map for once because I never do that. Um, it's if I could recommend it for a starter Resident Evil game, I 100% do. Just because it has the elements of survival horror in it, and but I also think it's like a step forward in the direction of the franchise before it gets to 5.
Ease yourself in
Unfortunately,
there.
yeah. So I think I'm going to go back and play the original. Well, not
Mhm.
the original firstly, but I'm obviously gonna play the remakes because they look better and they control a little bit better.
Yeah.
Um, so I think I'm gonna go back and do that. Um, eventually,
RE3 remake feels soulless, though. That's
does
the
it?
problem with it. Yeah, and also they cut out a number of parts from what I understand.
Neat. Um,
I mean, it's
maybe
still a good game, but the
maybe
cracks are there and you can feel them.
that's fair. Yeah. But I'll probably go back and play them. I remember I did start a playthrough of 7, and I thought 7 was all right. I didn't
7
give it
just
a
plays kind of like Amnesia, though. Like it's like a
yeah.
horror shooter.
Yeah, it was it was a game.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe if I go back and I like 7, maybe I'll play 8. Who knows? We'll
Mhm.
see. I don't
Eight's
know.
like
Well,
$80.
yeah, it's a lot.
Yeah,
Well,
I like on Steam. It's like $80, and it was like on sale, and it's like we're $60, and I'm like, that's like full price for a normal game.
yeah, I
That's
think
not on sale.
I think Black Friday or Cyber Monday, if they drop it down to like $40, I might just snag it. Just because
Yeah,
that's probably gonna be the best price I'm gonna get for a while. Just so if I can have it, just so if I ever want to play it, I at least get it at a solid price.
I mean, I want to play it eventually, but like, I'll wait until I'll wait for like 50% off or something. Because geez,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like if it's like $40,
yeah.
like 50 maybe, but $40, yeah, I'll definitely buy that for $40 just because that game looks like just graphically it looks really nice too.
I played the demo, and it wasn't.
Fair.
It wasn't.
Yeah, 9 out of 10. I recommend it if it's your first time or if it's your seventh time or anytime. It's a very fun game. Um, I liked it. I
Mm.
loved it. It was good.
Pass,
Um,
rent, or buy.
this is a buy.
This
You
is
can
a
get the game for stupid cheap.
this
Like
is
I
a
think I
full
picked this
buy. It's
five.
also on every console known to man.
It is, which brings me to my next thing. One of the things I've considered about doing, if I can get everything correct, is playing this game in VR live on stream.
Oh shoot, the censored
Yeah.
version.
Probably, but I thought it's only I have like a $10 credit on the Oculus store, so I'm like maybe if I pick it up because it's like $40, but if I pick it up for 30, why not? Maybe it'll be a fun thing to do. I haven't done a VR game yet. I have this sweet Oculus just kind of chilling there. Can't really see it, but it's there. So
We
maybe
we believe you.
yeah, it's definitely there.
I don't
Maybe
believe you. It's not really there. You're a liar.
it's there. Um, that was one of the things I considered doing. I asked a couple people in my Discord, and they said do it. So maybe I'll play it in VR live on stream since I know the game now. So I figured doing it in VR would be relatively the same, but we'll see. And add maybe more horror to it because it'd be first person. It'd be a little spookier, I think. So
Mayhaps.
yeah, but definitely go buy it. It's like stupid cheap. It's always on sale too. So
Well, all Capcom games are always on sale, to be fair.
yeah, that's fair.
All right, moving on.
Moving on
All right, we're moving on up.
to the east.
All right, next up is Octopath Traveler. I feel like we didn't talk about Octopath Traveler last time, so we're talking about Octopath Traveler this time.
We did not. This is a game that I have definitely played.
And I have 100%ed.
That is ludicrous, but I appreciate your. I appreciate the fact that you did it, so I don't have to. I own this game on Xbox and on Switch.
100%. Sack did it, so you didn't have to.
Exactly. That's why I appreciate it, because I can talk about this game, but also I don't have to live through that. Because I'm sure it took like over 120 hours.
It took 100.
Oh, it took 100. Okay.
I think like exactly. So honestly, not that bad comparatively. So Octopath Traveler is, I believe, a Square Enix RPG, sort of in a similar vein to Bravely Default. It has a job system. Mechanically, it's not as good as Bravely Default. It has this like system where you gain BP every round whenever you don't spend BP, so you can double up. You can empower attacks or double up attack moves. And it works on an almost SMT-esque system where it's about hitting enemy weaknesses to break them and leave them vulnerable. Yeah, and you have to like find jobs, and everyone can only have 2 jobs. And then all of the characters have special abilities that only they can do that's outside of their jobs. Like Primrose can seduce people, or Therion can like open chests and steal items and stuff like that. And Oberon can punch you in the face.
He can.
Uh,
Can in fact punch you in the face.
So what I guess I will do is just talk about the individual character storylines. So there are 8 characters, and the first letter of each of their names spells out Octopath. So that's fun.
Did not know that.
Oh, well, there you go. You have to like pick a main character and like go through their story, and everyone has like 4 levels of story to go through. And then at the end, they all have a united story where you fight the true final boss, which John didn't do, I think. Yeah, you know how I know? Because in order to fight the true final boss, you have to have 100% of the game, which means that John didn't actually beat this game.
I did not.
Yeah.
I played through it once and I was like, you know what? I think I'm good, and I just haven't gone back to it yet.
Yeah, all right. So I actually beat this game. Okay, Ophelia, she is a cleric. She's on a pilgrimage to light a bunch of magical flames. I won't spoil the plot twist of her story, but yeah, basically her sister is supposed to do it, but then she ends up doing it because her dad is dying. Her story is one of the better ones. It ties in to the like central plot and the main antagonist a lot better than some of the others, and she's overall a likable character. She has one of the better stories of the game. Anything to say? You've done all of the stories at least, right?
I did 4 of them.
Oh, wow, you have not at all beaten this game then. Is Ophelia one of them?
Yeah, Ophelia was the one that I picked as my first.
Oh, she was your main character. Okay.
Yeah, because I was like, I'm gonna need a healer, so I might as well pick the healer first.
Good choice. She was one of the better mainstays in my party.
Yeah.
I multi-classed her as Starseer.
Yep. Yeah, she was definitely like out of the story that I did go through, hers was definitely the best.
Yes. Next up was Cyrus's. Cyrus is also one of the more important characters of the story. He's a scholar that gets ousted from his academy because he gets accused of sleeping with the princess of the country. I'm not really sure how the political situation in this game works. I don't think it's particularly well elaborated on, and I talked to every character in the game and interrogated all of them. So maybe I missed it, but I just don't think the political situation in this game is very well elaborated on. Anyway, he's trying to track down a secret book, which turns out to be a necromancy tome, and then he uncovers an ancient conspiracy, which also points to the final boss of the game. So his is also one of the better connected stories. And also, honestly, one of the more interesting ones. What I will say is that his stories tend to be a little bit long-winded and tend to go on a little bit longer than they need to, outstaying their welcome. But at the very least, his story is decent. His main advantage is that he has Scholar as his base class, which means he is always equipped with Analyze as a skill, and he has Scrutinize as one of his personal abilities, so he unlocks weaknesses just by entering battle.
He was my second character I picked.
Nice. Nice. Yeah, so he wasn't one of my mainstay characters. But he was he was for exploration, but he wasn't who I brought to the final boss. Then again, I really messed up my final boss party, and I survived by the skin of my teeth. So,
as it should be.
Next up is Teresa. She is a young merchant girl who uncovers a journal from a former pirate turned merchant, and she decides to go to the locations in the journal to try and sell a pretty item at a merchant convention where the dude will pay like $1 billion, which is more money than you can actually functionally make in the game. Her story is actually semi-important because her journal belongs to the legendary explorer Wingham, who is directly related to both the final boss and to Hanat's story. But her overall plotline has very little to do with the actual story of the game. Though I will say the ending cutscene where she talks about her journal is very touching. Her ability is Merchant, which lets her buy items from people, which is super useful. And also I realized that Merchant is one of the best classes because it has an ability called Donate BP, which lets her function as a BP battery so that she can fuel the more important characters in the party. And also she can hire help in exchange for money, which is a super useful ability if you're understaffed on weakness coverage. So she is just straight up one of the best characters in the game. I multi-classed her into Rune Lord, which, oh boy, turned her into the ultimate buff machine. And she is a top-tier character in this game.
She was my fourth character I picked.
Nice. She was, I think, my second. I just wanted a big circle, honestly.
I don't know the exact time, but I remember she was the fourth character I had in my party. Because my train of thought going into this game is like, I'm gonna pick the 4 characters that I know I'm gonna like playing as, and then give them the jobs that they will like mesh with the best. I don't remember what I put her as for her job though.
I think I made Cyrus. I think I made him a cleric so that he could, because he was very good at mana regeneration for me, so he could heal or hurt.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Yeah, she was a rune lord for me. Teresa was.
That's probably a solid. I think I gave her the thief ability, if I remember correctly, actually.
I had her as I had her and Therion exchange abilities. I had Therion as a merchant, and I had her as a thief for a while, and then Rune Lord came up.
Yeah, those top tier jobs are.
Mm-hmm. Oh no, she's because There's a great combo with Teresa because you can use Rune Lord as a ability to extend personal buffs to the whole party, which means because she's a merchant, you can extend her sidestep to the entire party, which means you can make it so your entire party just auto dodges all attacks, all physical attacks. It's a little busted. It also relates to how I messed up the final boss.
Because you didn't put her in the party.
No, you have to use everyone for the final boss. And I made the decision, what if I put all of the good characters in one party? And and have them fight the boss first, and then have all of the weaker characters fight the boss second. Turns out the boss is harder in the second round. So what happened was...
boss battles go.
So what happened was I cremated its ass in the first round. And the second round took me 2 hours of struggling to survive.
Yeah, normally, like, I know you're a man of JRPGs and RPGs in general, but normally the second phase is the harder phase, Zach.
I genuinely thought I was just going to obliterate it outright.
Oh, okay.
I severely underestimated what I was fighting.
Understandable then.
All right, next up is Ulbrich. He is a former soldier of a kingdom that has been dissolved because he was betrayed. Ulbrich is a warrior man, and his specialty is he hits things with swords, and he can beat people up so you can break into their houses and interact with the people inside of those houses with other people with better abilities. Ulbrich is, honestly, I'm going to be honest with you, like, probably the most useless character in the entire game.
Yeah.
Combat-wise, I would actually say Therion is worse, but the problem is that Therion at least has better sub-abilities for exploration.
Yeah.
Whereas Ulbrich just hits people in the face. His only thing is that he hits people in the face, and unfortunately for him, there is another character in the same game that is better at it than him. Ulbrich's story is... it has almost nothing to do with anything. Also, is another thing. His events are usually brief and to the point. It's sort of about, like, finding your own path and almost a sort of personal redemption arc for him and his friends. The coolest thing about him is you get to recruit the guy who betrayed him into your party. Once you finish his story, so that's pretty cool. But yeah, his overall story has nothing to do with anything. It's only, like, tangentially related to the plot. Ulbrich was just kind of, like, pasted into the game.
Yeah, he was... yeah.
I mean, I like him enough, but he had nothing to do with anything.
He was the hit guy. He was the guy that came in and just hit people.
Next up is Primrose, the dancer. Her job is to buff people. She is a courtesan, is the term I would describe, which is a high-caliber prostitute that also functions as an entertainer. And her story is outrageously dark.
Yeah.
I could not believe how dark her story was. It had things like sex slavery, brothels, torture. It was wow. Her story went places. She was also my main character.
Oh, she was.
She was, I specifically chose her. She was my protagonist. And frankly, I would say either her or Ophelia are designed to be the protagonist. Both of their stories are, like, heavily interlocked with the overall plot of the game. And both characters just have that sort of protagonist vibe. Primrose sort of acts as the mother of the party. Or perhaps I should say, like, the older sister. Like, she's the one with experience, who knows what she's doing and seems to have her crap together, even though she's honestly the most mentally broken out of all of them. Um, her like story at the end where is like sort of bittersweet and sort of depressing. I think it's a little ham-fisted how the villain manages to have such a mental impact on her. But I'm willing to get over that, I guess. One thing I have to say is because she was my main character, I also decided to finish her story last. Which means that she gets that ending cutscene where she finishes off the villain, and then it just straight up cuts to credits, and then they use her as they used her the rest of her story as an epilogue. And that was really awkwardly delivered on the game's part because it sort of ends the game on because anything after the credits is an epilogue, right? So it ends the game on an anticlimax. And then ends the game for real. It was very awkward. They should have had her ending scene and then played the credits. They probably should have done that for everyone. Because I'm sure the game would end almost as anticlimactically with anyone else. It was just like her specifically. I was like, wow, that was a flaccid ending to the game. And then you get to see her resolve her character arc at the end. But the credits roll before her arc is resolved. Like, it's really awkward. Primrose is probably my favorite character overall. Her story is also more connected compared to the others, but not super ingrained into the sort of the ethos of the final boss. She was I guess I haven't mentioned it, just how dark it got. Yeah, basically she was like a former noble whose family got betrayed and then murdered, and she ends up working as a courtesan in some crappy desert town. And she, while working one night, sees one of the guys who betrayed her family, and she's like, revenge scheme, I'm gonna kill everyone. And then she goes on a revenge scheme to kill everyone, and it goes places. Shout out to Primrose. Obviously, she's a dancer. I made her my sorcerer. This girl, at the end of my game, hit like a rocket going off into your day.
Ouch.
She dealt so much damage at the end of the game that like she would just enter fights and enemies would just evaporate.
Fair enough.
Primrose is
third party.
Huh?
She was my third member.
Nice. Yeah, no, I Primrose is great. Shout out to Primrose. Next up is Alphen. He is an apothecary who makes medicine, and his story is about him going around and giving people medicine. The most important thing about him is he was saved as a child by Wyndham, the creator of Teresa's Diary. And that's it. That's his whole story. Alphen's story has nothing to do with anything. It's just him going to random locations and helping people. And it's nothing. Alphen's story is nothing. He's also not much of a character. He's like, I'm medicine man. Should I medicine people? Yes, I should medicine people. He has the same character arc as the main character of Monster, although I guess it was handled quicker. I don't know. It wasn't handled particularly well in Monster either. His ability of Apothecary gives him an ability called Concoct, which lets him mix items in battle, and it's completely busted. It is just so broken.
I don't think I ever used it. I didn't use him once, I don't think.
Okay, well, his ability Concoct is busted. We're talking the ability to give the entire party, like, 3 BP every round. Yeah. And heal the entire party to max health in one turn. Fully restore everyone's MP in one turn. Concoct is broken. Alphen is a broken character. I multiclassed him as Hunter because honestly it doesn't matter what you multiclass him in because you just need him to be an apothecary because he's the only character with Concoct. So it doesn't matter. You just need Concoct. He doesn't need other classes.
Fair enough.
I think I gave him a Hunter so he could debuff the enemy with leg hold trap. But
yeah, that makes sense, yeah.
But between his ability to just poison enemies and do party-wide status effects, Alphen is busted. So, yeah. Nothing to do with anything, though. Very boring character. Therion is a thief. He is, combat-wise, like the most useless character, I think, at the game. Apparently, you can make him a really good mage, but I didn't. Because I had Primrose stuck in my party, and I had access to Cyrus, so, like, I had better mages.
That's fair.
It's also worth noting Thief is the worst class as far as abilities go. Maybe someone can argue with it. I found it to be completely useless.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the best use I got out of Therion was I multi-classed him as a merchant and used him as a BP battery in place of Teresa.
Not a bad idea.
I used him as a second crappier Teresa. Yeah, his story is he breaks into a mansion and then gets a banglet attached to his wrist that shows that he sucks as a thief, and so, excuse me, he has to go around and steal a bunch of orbs for the lady of the mansion to get the bangle undone. Has a sort of touching story with the lady of the mansion. I wish there was more of a romantic angle between them. The game felt like it leaned in that direction and then just didn't deliver on it. His story is super important, though, because those orbs are directly related to the final battle. Therion's okay. The one problem is he has these, like, flashbacks that just kind of hammer home the same points, and they last for too long, and all of his stories have the same issue as Cyrus, which is his stories just take too long. They're just, like, longer for no reason than everyone else's. So, it feels like you're kind of wasting time. Final story is Hanat, the Huntress, who I like. Her basic idea is she has a teacher who goes on to kill a giant monster called Old Red Eye. And she has to, and her teacher just does not come back. And so she has to go find him, and then she has to figure out how to kill Old One Eye. And that's basically her whole story. She goes and she kills Old One Eye. Her story is only connected to the plot in retrospect. Because, and I'm just going to spoil a big plot twist for Octopath because it doesn't really matter, Old One Eye is in fact Wingham, the creator of the diary. Yeah. You only find that out at the very tail end of the game, so that's kind of interesting. Hanat's a cool character. She has Huntress as her default class, and she is Ulbrich, but better. Her provoke ability sucks compared to Ulbrich's challenge ability in as far as fighting people in towns go, because you can only use her animals, and she has this capturing animal mechanic, which I engaged with only at the start of the game, and then stopped engaging with by the end of the game. Because it wasn't worth my time or effort. And I made her a War Master, which means she had all of the weapons, which means she could do everything Ulbrich could do, but 1,000,000,000 times better.
Yeah, she was one of my alternates.
Yeah, she's really good. So she ended up becoming part of my, like, final boss party. And now that we've talked about everyone's story, we'll talk about the final boss party, which was Primrose, who was a dancer, sorcerer, Ophelia, a cleric starseer, Teresa, merchant rune lord, and Hanat, which is a huntress war master. And I was like, all right, I got my girls. We're gonna take them on. We're gonna take on the final boss, and they shredded it like it was paper. And then I thought. You finish the first one, you're like, this is going to be easy peasy lemon squeezy. Stage 2 hits. Stage 2 is so much harder. Stage 2 has less health, by the way, which is the thing I did know going into it. So I'm like, this will be no problem, right? That was wrong. That was wrong of me. It was so much worse. Because different aspects of the heads are immune to different parts of it. You can only damage the main head once you've killed all of the other parts, and they all can hit every elemental weakness at the same time, just spread across all of them. It was almost impossible to damage them. I struggled, and I crawled my way to victory with Ulbrich, Therion, Cyrus, and Alphen. Like, the boys... Ooh, the boys barely survived that. If it wasn't for Alphen and, weirdly enough, Therion acting as a BP battery, but, like, Alphen, MVP. You know how I said Concoct is a broken power?
Yeah.
Alphen is the only reason I survived the final boss.
Fair enough.
Alphen clutched it up at the end there. But like I straight up almost got wiped out because the final boss has the ability to just kill your whole party in one hit. Like it's just a straight up power. Just like he can go he selects I think like 2 party members and they just instantly die. That's the power.
That's a good power.
So if it wasn't for Alphen, at one point, the whole party, like the boss set all of my HP to 1 because it can also do that. Then it insta killed 2 party members. Then it got another hit in and killed Alphen, and it was just Therion clutching it out at the end. So Therion actually saved the day there, despite being functionally the most useless party member. Yeah, it honestly, as far as like mechanics go, in order to beat the final boss specifically, I had to use actual thought and strategy, and you don't see that in a lot of JRPGs. I had to think. It was a thinking man's game right there at the end, which I can always appreciate. Something that also happened in Bravely Default. Like I said, it's kind of like Bravely Default with slightly worse mechanics. Anyway, if you ever go back to the game, John, here's how you get the final boss. Once you've beaten the game and you've done all the stories, you do all of the side quests. And there's the craziest part about it. You know, because all of the stories, have hints about shadowy organizations and evil mages and hints of a dark god. The main villain, the literal primary antagonist of the story, is only shown in side quests.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I was doing a lot of the side quests while I was playing the game too.
Yeah. Did you do the side quest where you meet this like purple-haired girl who's trying to find her like one shrew person, like her like it seems like she's trying to like find a lover, this like purple-haired girl? It's in Therion's town. You first meet her. She's like looking out at the horizon, and there's a guy who's crushing on her, and he's like, man, she's super hot.
Maybe I played this game when it first came out,
so
it's very hard to remember.
Well, yeah. So if you can kind of remember her, like the purple-haired girl who was like trying to find her like one true person, and there was a guy who's crushing on her in town. That girl, she was behind everything. She's the villain.
Oh.
Yeah.
Neat.
Yeah, I thought so. It was kind of weird. You have to like beat the game, and then you have to keep playing to get the true ending.
Okay.
Yeah. And then you get the answers to all of the mysteries. Anyway, Octopath Traveler, pretty good game. I'd say rent it. About 7 out of 10. Pretty solid. Pretty good experience.
It's on Game Pass for free right now.
Oh, fun. It's also on Steam, so you can play it on a real console.
Well, it's on PC.
I know nothing about Game Pass. Well, there you go then. Anything to add about this game?
The only thing I remember from when I played it, like there was like, I want to say it was like halfway through the game, or like maybe a little bit more than halfway through the game. There was just like a stupid, huge difficulty spike, and I was super underleveled.
Oh my god. Oh yeah. Okay, so Therion, right? His boss, his like tier 3 boss is nuts. He can steal all of your items. So you can't use any items. He can steal all of your MP, and then he can like hit with these massive damage attacks. So you can't heal, and you can't damage him, and you can't hit his weaknesses. It is crazy. Therion's tier 3, I think, is like, other than like the true final boss, the hardest boss in the game.
I want to say the boss that fucked me up real hard was, I believe it was Ophelia's third boss. It was like the mage guys. It's like I think it was like 3 mages or some shit, and they could keep healing each other and shit.
Oh, I tore them apart.
Yeah, they like fucked me up like for some reason, so I had to go back and like grind a little bit.
Yeah, Therion's tier 3 is an aggressive lockdown.
Yeah.
Like, he takes all of your healing, he takes all of your SP, and your ability to replenish it with your items. So you're just stuck there with 2 sticks, beating him.
Yeah, I remember like that game. Like it got like progressively. Like I like games like that where it's not like easy the entire game. Like it gets more difficult. Like that's big problem that I have with like a lot of RPGs and JRPGs is that they're very the same because you generally like level up while you're playing the game, obviously. But that this game like fucked me up halfway through. Like it got stupid hard.
Yeah, it has some spikes. There was 3 or 4 fights in the game that are real rough. Oh,
Yeah,
5. I was like going through them in my head. 5. The true final boss is. Whew,
yeah. Which I can appreciate though,
he's a
because like
tough boy.
um
Well, I mean, if you've gone through the effort of doing every side quest in the game, you know.
that's fair, yeah. Like a game, a good example, like a game that I still haven't finished yet, but Final Fantasy X, like I've kind of just coasted through that game, like no problem.
Yeah.
I think I haven't even died yet in that game, just because it's pretty easy. Dragon Quest 11 was another game that it had like a nice difficulty spike like after the halfway point, which was very nice. But I also did a lot of grinding like in the beginning of the game, just because I was like, I just want to fly through this because I know it's a long ass game. Um, but I remember there's like a pretty solid difficulty spike in that game too.
Oh yeah, this game's kind of really grindy. That's one problem I have with this.
Yeah. Well, I mean
And
that's the thing if you play like any RPG or JRPG, you gotta expect some grind. You just
most RPGs have started phased out grinding.
yeah, which is I don't see. I don't mind grinding because it's like something I can do and then watch something at the same time. Like Pokemon's a good example of that. Like in Pokemon, like I would just sit there and like grind
Well,
and like watch.
Pokemon's phased out grinding.
It has now, but I'm talking about like back in the day.
Oh, gotcha.
When like Ruby, Sapphire, like
Yeah.
Fire, Red, Leaf Green came out. Like I remember like getting to like Leaf Green in particular, like getting to Sabrina, and then being like, what? I think I got to grind for like a good like hour or two just to like get like 5 or 6 levels so I can just go on and thwomp her ass. She has to have psychic Pokemon.
Grinding is such a waste of time.
Yeah, I mean I agree, but it's also like something like I don't mind because like there's been times where like I've grinded like an area and like I've found new stuff and or like items and like stuff that I wouldn't normally like see because I'm going off the beaten path a little bit because I like when it comes to a lot of games like I try to beat them as quickly as possible. Like not saying I'm a speed runner or anything, but just because like I have such a finite amount of time that when I do sit down and play a game, I want to try to like just get through the story and like see what the game's all about so I can get on to something else and like enjoy the game as it should be. So sometimes when there's grinding involved in some games, like I experience new things and different things. There's been some instances I can't remember in some. Actually, Chrono Trigger is a good one. There was like an instance where there was like a character moment that I would have 100% missed if I didn't actually go out into an area and grind and like stumble upon it, which was really cool.
Mm.
I can appreciate it, but I think it's because I grew up in the era where grinding is just like a normal thing. So
I don't
I'm
know. I
just
grew up in the same era, and I'm so glad that it's being phased out. That's why I was so like, man, this game's got a lot of grinding. I'm not a fan of that.
which is weird because this game came out I want to say 2017 or 18.
Oh, this
Which
game definitely came out in the post grind era.
yeah. But it's like Square's like what we want to make like an old school type of
I mean, this
RPG.
game came out after Octopath or after Bravely Default, and Bravely Default's mostly phased out grinding too. Like it has this entire system for accelerated grinding.
Which is one thing. Yeah. I have to finish Bravely Default, but one of the things I can say is like the leveling up system in that is really good.
Mm.
Just in general,
Oh, it's phenomenal. Yeah, because Tiz can decide the number of encounters that he encounters.
mm,
That's a
yeah,
Tiz power, by the way.
yeah.
Minor spoiler for the first hour of Bravely Default 2, you find out that the reason you can decide the encounter rate is because Tiz just has the ability to decide the encounter rate.
That's a good. That's a good ability to have.
Because Bravely Default 2, it's just set to like default, and Bravely Second, I mean, it's set to default, and you're like, oh man, I guess they took that ability out, and the Tiz joins the party, and it's like, hey, by the way, I can just choose the encounter rate, and I'm like, oh, it's a Tiz thing. Tiz never leave the party again.
Yeah, this game, I'm actually, I have it downloaded. I've been considering going back to it. So I think after hearing this review of sorts, that I think I might actually start playing that soon again.
It's if you're talking about Octopath Traveler, it's a good playthrough.
Yeah, I had a lot of fun the first.
It's a game to play all the way through, including the true final boss and all of the side quests once.
Yeah, that's like most JRPGs.
Use a guide for the side quests, by the way. Some of them are a little weird, and then
I have no shame.
Yeah.
I always use a guide. Even games that I played 100 times, I still pull up the guide just in case.
So some of the side quests are obtuse. So I used a guide to 100% some of the side quests. One thing I will say, though, is despite having 8 party members, I was disappointed with the amount of party interaction. Usually it's only one scene or two, or one or two scenes inside of someone's actual story. I didn't feel like the party was genuinely interacting with each other until I was already finishing off entire character plot lines. Like, entire character stories. That was when the party seemed to, like, come together. I would have liked to see more interaction throughout the whole thing. I know that means they would have had, like 4 different versions of every quest, but, I mean, that's what they signed up for, in my opinion, when they decided to make 8 damn characters.
Yeah. Which,
They could have called it Hexapath.
You only did the one playthrough, right? And you 100%ed it?
Yeah. Which means I never have to play this again.
Yeah,
that's the benefit of 100% playthrough, by the way, is once you've done it, you've seen everything, so you don't need to ever go back.
Tell that to me in Mega Man X1, 2, and 3.
I literally never need to play Skyrim ever again.
Yeah, I think that's one of the reasons why I didn't do any of the side quests, because somebody was like, "Oh yeah, you have to play the game like 4 times." And I was like, that seems a little crazy, but whatever. So it's good to know that I don't have to do that. So I think I might actually go in and do the 100% on this now. That you may have convinced me.
There are dialogue scenes that you will miss, but you can just look them up online. They're really not that important.
Yeah. But yeah, rent it. 7 out of 10.
Yeah.
I believe I gave it the same. Maybe an 8. I don't remember when I first played through it. But I'm also way more lenient than most people. So.
Yeah. Oh, I'm a harsh rater.
You are, yeah.
Yeah. Like a 7 out of me is like a. If you get an 8, 8 is like a threshold. You have to like fight your way to. Like IGN's like, this is a 9 out of 10. An IGN 9 out of 10 is like a 6 to me.
Fair enough.
You have to battle a soak full of blood to earn an 8. No video game has ever gotten a 10 from me.
Really?
Yeah. So
I'd have to think on that, but I believe there's like 3 or 4 that I may have given a 10.
I've only given 7 10s to anything.
Chrono Trigger's a 10 for me. Yeah, that's one of them.
I think I gave Chrono Trigger like a 7.
Yeah, well.
Chrono Trigger has the potential to be a better game than it is if you could control your character's movements in battle.
Yeah. Like if they did like a Secret of Mana type thing.
Sure. I don't remember how Secret of Mana plays. But yeah, because it has so many like spatial attack, like AoE sort of effects in that game, that seems like it's implied that you would be able to control your characters as sort of a function of an ATB gauge, sort of you can still do like active time, but it's such a strange choice that your characters are just frozen. Honestly, if anything, I bet they ran out of buttons.
Yeah,
on the SNES controller.
Yeah, that was definitely one of the, like, if that game would have came out probably like now, I can't speak I own Chrono Cross.
If it had come out in the PS2 generation, I
Probably.
guarantee you would have been able to control the character, because then there would have been enough buttons for it.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely being released on the SNES, like, is definitely like a huge hampering to it because like it could have been something like that. But then again, they did that with Secret of Mana on the Super Nintendo. But that game is just a little. It's very different. Secret of Mana is than Chrono Trigger is. I think I gave Secret of Mana an 8 after I finished that game.
I don't know. I haven't played a Mana game in a while. Moving on.
Yeah, I recommend Secret and Trials. Those are two very good games.
All right, Resident Evil 5. I'm not sure why we're talking about this per se, but it's on here, so let's get to it.
Well, I figured we did it, so why not talk about our experience together?
Okay.
We came together.
Well, because we reviewed this in the playthrough.
We did, but you know what? We can give a little recap, and I was very led on things to talk about. So.
Okay.
In there.
This is the worst Resident Evil I've ever played in my entire life.
Me too.
And I have played 6 of them.
And I played 2 of them.
Yeah. Well, now you know that this is the lowest point I've reached. I've played Remake, Remake 2, Remake 3, Resident Evil 4, Resident Evil Revelations, and this. And this is unquestionably the bottom tier of Resident Evil.
Yeah.
But at least I got to punch a boulder.
I wouldn't really call it punchy. You more like punched it and moved it gently with your fist. I was like, let's talk about that because that's the biggest highlight out of this. When you said he punches a boulder, what I expected was you to punch the boulder and it fucking shatters it like glass. That's what I was hoping for, but it just kind of moves out of the way, and I was very upset by that.
That boulder probably weighed 10,000 pounds.
That's fine. I wanted a explosion of rock bits everywhere, and I did not get that. And I played through this entire game to get to that point, and I feel kind of like I got shafted.
Well, I mean, it's a pretty famous cutscene. I got what I expected out of it. I got to see the boulder punch. If anything, I thought the boulder punch would take longer. It was very, very quick. But yeah, you can't expect Chris to shatter boulders with his fists. He's not Jill Valentine.
Fair enough, yeah.
I love the fight against Jill Valentine, not mechanically, but I love that it shows that Jill can just grab Chris's arm and force it backward because she's so strong.
I will say that is one of the worst design bosses I've ever had the pleasure of
fighting. Nightmarish. Absolutely atrocious. I fully agree with you. But I love the acknowledgement that Jill is just canonically stronger than Chris. I feel like all my hopes and dreams have been realized with this revelation, because I always talk about how absolutely busted Jill is as a character.
And that proves the point that
she's so in Remake 3, she grabs a railgun and she fires it. A railgun. Now, if you don't understand, John, part of the complications in real life about the construction of a railgun is there is so much force behind the bullet being fired that the metal beams used for the rail will just rip apart.
Yeah, there's a lot of force.
And Jill is just like, oh, let me just lift this and fire it. She can take that much recoil. If like you and I were to try and grab a railgun and then fire it, our arms would fly off of our bodies.
I don't want to do that.
And Jill's like, whatever, I can just fire this.
Yeah.
She falls off of a building 5 stories up and lands on a metal beam on her spine and then gets up. She drives a car off of a building, crashes into a monster, it's fine. Jill Valentine grabbed Chris Redfield's arm, and Chris Redfield can punch a 10-ton boulder several feet away from him. She can grab his arm and just bend it backward.
She did.
She can seemingly dodge bullets.
Yeah,
The-
I will say all the bosses though, they're all pretty bad.
yeah, I agree.
The only one was the big dudes when you're on the on rail type thing.
Hmm.
That was like probably the most fun boss just because I was shooting a giant thing with a machine gun. Or, so
Yeah, I don't know. Like mechanically I liked fighting the villagers, but then it just kept getting worse as the game went on.
it really did, yeah.
I
It
it
got very repetitive.
Yeah, it wasn't it was bad. And also, like Resident Evil usually has interesting storylines. I barely know what this game was about.
It was about finding Jill.
No, I know what the game was about. It was about someone who decided to shove a Plagas into another Plagas to create something called an Ouroboros, which is, of course, a serpent eating its own tail, which is the representation of the Plagas being shoved into another Plagas. See, you get it. It's clever. Anyway, it creates a super Plagas, and they use that as a virus, but also they're exploring the progenitor virus, which was the inspiration for the T virus, which, of course, was later turned into the G virus for Resident Evil 2, which is this magic flower that Spencer found in, like, the early 1800s. And then also Flower gets killed by Wesker, who now has a British accent for some reason. Like, I know what the game was about. And we also learn about the Wesker Project, which shows that there are 13 Weskers, which they later capitalize on in Revelations 2 when Alex Wesker, who is introduced in this game, is later brought as the main villain for Revelations 2.
Yeah, it was all stupid.
Oh, there was also 2 bits of DLC, which you cut out of the playthrough on. One of them was Desperate Escape, where you get to play as Jill. And Jill mechanically controls better than Chris, by the way. Uh, and it was kind of fun at first because you're just attacked by this unending onslaught of enemies, and then it just kind of goes on for too long. And then there's Lost in Nightmares, where you get to play as Chris and Jill going into a sort of redone Spencer's mansion. And it has a lot of references to old Resident Evil with like the doors opening and stuff. And you have to kind of, it has a very similar layout to the Spencer mansion, and you have to sort of solve similar puzzles to the RE1 Spencer mansion. Without a doubt, the Lost in Nightmares DLC is the best part of the entire game. And if the entire game was like that, it would have been a good game.
Fair.
Unfortunately, it was only like 1 to 2 hours of DLC. So
Oof.
the best part of the game is a 1 hour DLC.
I did forget to mention I did not have time to do the Resident Evil 4 DLC.
Oh yeah, Separate Ways and it's Project Ada or Operation Ada.
Yeah.
Operation Ada is a little weak. Separate Ways is pretty decent. So yeah, I don't know. Oh, and Sheva is the female character in this game, and here's my problem with Sheva. Right, I would like you to name a personality trait she has.
Boring.
I don't think that's a personality trait, but I would agree. See, that's part of the issue with Sheva is I posed that during the stream. I'm like, hey, name a personality trait, and everything everybody said wasn't actually a personality trait, which means that I have yet to encounter someone who can name a personality trait of Sheva.
Stupid. Unnecessary.
These aren't personality traits. I also don't think she's especially stupid.
Yeah. I'll continue. Yeah.
No, that was it.
Oh. So yeah, this is a hard skip for me.
We can hold off. We can just cut this part out later.
All right. Yeah, I'm just trying to fix it.
That's fine.
Things almost dead. What time is it? Go brush your teeth. You're ready for bed. I'll have a couple more Cheetos and then go brush your teeth. Okay. All right. Yeah, this is definitely a skip it for me, just because
Um, yeah, I don't know how this connects to the other Resident Evils. If the answer is not at all, I'd also give this a pretty hard skip. This is like the
I
only Resident Evil I wouldn't recommend to someone.
yeah, it's like yeah, that's why like playing 4, like I figured I'd see some like things that like would be picked up in 5, but there was not one thing.
The Plagas.
Yeah, that's like the only that's like the only thing really. So they brought that back and fed it to itself and made it a super Plagas, aka the Ouroboros. But other than that, it was kind of like they were like, okay, 4 did so good, so let's just do 4, but worse.
I mean, they also explain where the T virus comes from with the progenitor virus from the flowers. But
I mean, I guess, but
did we need that explanation?
no.
You know what? This is the phantom pain of Resident Evil. It explains things we didn't need explained. Oh, but I guess it kills Wesker. Oh, crap. This actually... Oh, God. This is the game where Wesker dies, though. So you do need to play it, because you need to know how Wesker dies.
Yeah.
Wesker, you deserved better than this.
Yeah, but I mean, he was British, so was he the real Wesker?
Secret fake Wesker.
I'm saying, is he really dead? We don't know. That could have been. That was the British version. And we want the American version back.
Oh, fake British Wesker is the dead one. Well, the American version got impaled by a tyrant and probably died in Resident Evil 1.
Fair enough. But yeah, this game sucked.
Yeah.
The only good parts was riffing around about the game with you. That's the only good part.
Yes, yeah. I always heard that Resident Evil went downhill at 5 and 6, but wow, that is a drop in quality.
Yeah, it was. That's why I was like, I need to beat 4 before I beat this game, so I can say that I beat 4 before.
It is a sharp decline in quality of game. Yeah, the best parts were the co-op experience. Oh, and the Lost in Nightmares DLC, which again was 1 hour and a DLC.
Maybe I'll go back and do that DLC.
Do specifically that one. Well, if you like the combat, Desperate Escape is also, for you.
Like combat in this game.
Oh, well then, just do Lost in Nightmares then. And
yeah, I'm gonna go back and do the 4 DLC, and then probably go back there since you said it was good. So maybe I'll give this game some of redeeming quality, because this is like a 3 out of 10 for me.
Yeah, this is a good old 4.
See, you were more lenient this time.
That's because I've explained this before. Things have to earn up and down. So a 3 in my rating scale is the equivalent of an 8. So you have to fight to get to an 8. So you have to fight to get to a 3. You have to be a real piece of shit to get to a 3.
That's a 3. Yeah, this game was a piece of shit. What's up, mate?
I have played worse games.
Fair. The only reason why I'm giving it a 3 because it's a game. It had a budget. It had music. It had stuff, and it plays well. The controls are decent, and I didn't feel like the controls fucked me at any point, except for during the hardest spots, which were the QTEs.
I didn't actively hate any part of this game. Like, to get to a 2, I have to hate the game. I don't hate this game.
I definitely strongly liked it.
I don't even necessarily say I just dislike it. I just don't feel positively about it in any regard. Also, welcome, Maid. Yeah, so that's a 4 to me. It isn't. Also, fun fact, mathematically, it's harder to get a 1 for me than a 10, because I've only ever given 2 1s to anything. But that is, to be fair, because if you drop to a 2, I will probably drop you. I will probably just stop when you hit 2, is the thing.
That's fair.
So.
All right, skip it.
One of those ones is Dark Souls 3.
Oof.
I hate that game with a passion.
Can't wait to do our co-op playthrough of that. Well, not co-op, but
Yeah. Oh god, I hate that game so much though. Oh my
Can't wait
god,
to come after the trilogy.
I hate it so much. Words cannot describe how much I hate that game.
That's fair.
All right, moving on.
Moving on to Dishonored.
Dishonored. All right, so a little aside about Dishonored, right? I played this game at launch in Xbox 360, picked it up at random, right? Knew about it during development though because of Game Informer. Here's the deal, right? I played it. I didn't think it was that great. I thought it was an overhyped game, frankly. I played it the first time, played it however I want, used my patented Panther-style gameplay, as they would call it in Metal Gear. High stealth, high lethality. Got the bad ending, because if you kill anyone in Dishonored, you get the bad ending. It's not kill anyone, it's kill multiple. If you kill too many people, you get the bad ending in Dishonored.
Interesting.
Yeah. That's a mechanic between all of them. So yeah, high stealth, high lethality, and yeah, I got the bad ending. Then I was like, oh, I'll replay this. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go for a ghost playthrough. No killing anyone, no detections. Just gonna go through the whole game. So theoretically, I should have gotten the achievement for not being detected ever. Should have gotten the achievement for not killing anyone. Should have gotten the good ending achievement, and I should have gotten the ghost ending, which is to the ghost achievement, which is no kills, no detections. Right? Painstakingly got through the entire game, no kills, no detections. Right? Beat the game. Credits roll. Achievements don't pop.
Oof.
So I'm still watching. I'm like, okay, all right, maybe they're a little slow. Then the credits end. Like I think it like kicks to title screen. I'm like, okay, maybe I got my achievements, but it just didn't alert me, right? So I checked my achievements on Xbox, right? Nope, they're not there. None of them. Not a single one of them. So I go, well, what the hell? Where are my achievements? I did not just play the entire game without any kills or any detections for no achievements. So I look it up. There's a glitch. If you were to get 2 achievements or more at the same time, none of them pop. Ooh. So I took the game out of the socket and was like, well, never playing this again.
You think that would have been patched by now?
It was on 360. I didn't have the ability to patch it because there's no Wi-Fi connection to the original 360 Pro.
Oh, okay.
So it connects only through like Ethernet port, which I didn't have any way of doing. So I just didn't have. I didn't have patches for my 360. Same thing for my Dark Souls playthrough, actually.
Fair.
So yeah, I a couple months ago tried to replay the game and managed to get through the first level and was like, this is worse than I remember. This game sucks major donkey dick. So I uninstalled it. And then sometime last month, I was like, maybe I'll give Dishonored another try. It kind of really sucked the last time I played it. And then there was that time it screwed me out of those achievements, but who knows? Maybe it'll be better. So, I liked it. The third time's the charm. Fourth time's the charm. Real quick, let me read this made comment. Funny story, girl, Vinland was kicking your ass. Weird, because I beat him pretty easily last time. Snipe Astrea until she decides to give up and stop healing herself. Run past girl, slash Astrea. Girl slams me and kills me. When I respawn, he was gone, and I got a shit. Nice.
Nice.
Okay, so, yeah, replayed the game. First time, played it multiple times, by the way. Did a stealth playthrough. Then I did a high lethality playthrough. There wasn't even stealth. I just straight up murdered people in it. I just walked up and killed people. And then the last time I played this, guess what? Went for another ghost playthrough. And I finally got my ghost achievement on Steam. It's on Steam, though. It's not on Xbox. But I got my ghost achievement in this game finally. No kills, no detections. beautiful. Yeah, so you play Corvo. He is the bodyguard slash consort of Empress Jessamine, and the Empress gets murdered in front of you, and you get blamed for it, and also your daughter gets kidnapped, and you have to rescue her, and then you join a rebel conspiracy against the people who have framed you, who have now taken over the country, and you have to just take them out and save the country, basically. Oh, and you also get contacted by a Lovecraftian entity known as the Outsider, who exists in the world of the Void and gives you magic powers. It has a sort of interesting Lovecraftian vibes, especially with the way the game treats the whales. Whales are treated as this sort of almost like ungodly entities. It's really interesting how they like equate like whales as like the leviathans of the deep and use that to create like ocean symbolism, especially with the void being sort of a great ocean. Very, very interesting. Has a sort of steampunkish aesthetic. I'm mixed on the aesthetic, frankly. Like I'm not a really big fan of Corvo's mask. I actually hate Corvo's mask. I think it's like the stupidest looking thing in the whole series, frankly.
Yeah, it's not good.
But Dunwall as a city has a sort of charm to it. So yeah, it's got this sort of like the whole game's got this sort of charm to it, and the gameplay is kind of fun. I kind of like the sneaking around, the stealth. I just honestly, I thought it was just a good time. Like the fifth or so time I've played this game. I played it 3 times in a row to get all the endings, so pretty cool. One cool thing about it, yeah, I just cut you off. I'm gonna finish my thing. Hold that thought. One cool thing is the very first time I played the game, when I was doing my high chaos ending, Corvo has this ability to stop time. And at the end of the game, if you're in high chaos, your daughter will be like struggling with like the final boss over the edge of on like the edge of this like thin tower, and he's like, "Don't come any closer, or I'll kill her." So I stopped time, walked up to him, and just shot him in the head. At like all while it's like nighttime, and there's like a storm and a hurricane raging all around you. So cinematic, super cool. All right, go ahead.
So you said you were playing these games. So I decided, I'll throw my hat into the ring and I'll give this game a try too. I played about an hour of it and then I uninstalled it because I thought it was a pretty shit game. I hated the way it looked and I was not a fan of it.
And I don't even blame you, is the thing, because I have experienced the exact thing you've just described.
Yeah. So I tried because I was like, you know what, I'm gonna try it because maybe I'll have some talking points because I knew you were gonna talk about it. Yeah, I got an hour into it and said, never again.
Yeah, that was my experience. The second time I played it. First time I was just like, this isn't that great. And the second time I'm like, yeah, this is terrible. And the third time I'm like, this is pretty good. I think for me it's just like, what mood are you caught in when you play it, you know?
Yeah.
I think you have to be in a mood for this game. For the flavor it's still in you. And I happen to have been in the mood at the time.
I'm also not on stealth games too. That's another thing.
Yeah, well, I mean, I grew up on Metal Gear, so
yeah.
But I'm also not particularly fond of stealth all that much either. Like I said, it's a mood you have to be in at the time.
Definitely, mood, yeah.
Yeah. So there's also 2 DLCs. One of which was Knife of Dunwall, where you played as Dowd, the guy who killed the Empress, and Brigmore Witches, which you continue to play as Dowd. Basically, the outsider who gives you magic powers. He also gave Dowd magic powers, by the way. Just gives you the name Delilah, and he's like, Delilah. And then he leaves. And Dowd's like, what the hell is Delilah? So you have to go on this like journey to find Delilah. Playing as Dowd is actually kind of interesting. They set up a lot of future concepts, like Delilah, who's the main antagonist of Dishonored 2, and Billy, who is the main character of Death of the Outsider. Dowd's kind of a cool character. He's sort of a little flatter, like he's not much of a character, and he kind of just comes out of nowhere as a character you have no reason to care about in the original Dishonored. But yeah, he comes into his own in his DLC, I will say. Like, he becomes one of the better characters of the game. So yeah.
Yeah. I don't think I'll go back to it.
That's fair. I will say Dishonored 1 specifically, 7 out of 10. Rant it.
I mean, the good thing about it is it's on Game Pass, so it's a game you can just download and try it. And if you don't like it, don't worry about it.
Yeah.
That's what I did. I was like, okay, it's on Game Pass, so I just downloaded it, and then an hour later, it said, "No, thank you."
Yeah, it's pretty cheap, honestly, as a game anyway.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
I'd
think
give
it's
it. I'd give it a rent. If the mood strikes you for a stealth game, Dishonored is a good choice.
yeah. Don't play Thief. That game sucks.
Which one? 3?
The remake.
3?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah,
Whatever one came out in 2014
I believe
That
that's 3.
was
Yeah,
super hyped up, and then I bought it for $60 and returned it the next day.
yeah. Thief is famous for inventing the stealth genre. The first one, Thief 1 was.
Yeah.
And then Metal Gear came out and made it cool.
Well, Metal Gear was around on NES.
Yeah, so was Thief.
Was it really?
Thief is well, actually, Metal Gear 1 was on MSX.
That's right. Yeah.
But yeah, no, Thief is actually older than Metal Gear. It really was the first stealth game. The original Thief, not Thief 3, obviously. Thief 3 invented the stealth genre in the future.
In 2014.
Yes. It went back in time.
Yeah, that was like one of the first games in a very long time that I returned like next day just because it was so bad.
Oh yeah, I never return games.
Oh, I do.
All right, moving on.
Yeah, moving on. Yeah.
All
I
right.
return games on Steam like it's my job.
Huh?
I return games on Steam like it's my job.
I have never returned a Steam game.
I do it. I do the Steam rent. I call it. Like I'll try it out, and then I'll just return it.
Yeah.
Like within the 2 hours.
All right. Dishonored 2, Electric Boogaloo.
Thank you.
Dishonored 2 is the sequel to Dishonored. I think it takes place like 15 years later. You have a choice of 2 main characters. Oh, I also played this game like 4 times. No, I played it 3 times. I stand corrected. You have a choice of 2 main characters. You can either play as Corvo again, but now you're like 50-year-old Corvo, or you can play as his daughter, the Empress, Emily. They each have different powers, and the story is slightly different, and they all have slightly different reactions to things. First time I did a playthrough of Emily, and this game gives you a fun thing, because the outsider will show up and be like, hey, what's up? I'm the outsider. You want some magic powers? So I played as Emily the first time, because she's, let's be honest, the intended main character of the game. Come on.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So basically, Delilah shows up, the main villain of Brigmore Witches, from the DLC of the first game, and is like, I'm the Empress now. And you might think to yourself, wait, don't you kill her in Brigmore Witches? And the answer is don't think about it. Dishonored 2 establishes that there were canonical decisions you were supposed to make in Dishonored 1 and in the DLCs. Which are like really weird. Like, it's not like spare everyone, kill everyone. It's just like spare certain people, kill certain people. It's really strangely decided.
Interesting.
I don't think I did the canonical path at any point, but anyway, yeah, so basically Corvo gets turned into stone. Delilah's back. She's more powerful, and she's taken over the country by raising a group of conspirators. And it's up to you, Emily Caldwin, to save your dad, reclaim your throne, and it's based on the directions playing through.
Not wrong.
Very well. You know, that probably the only way that makes sense. and save your kingdom. This time, though, you're not going to be in Dunwall. You're going to be in the like coastal city of Sarconius or some crap like that. I don't know. What I'm going to say about Sarconius is it's sort of like a beach town. There's no rat plague or anything. Instead, they have what's called like blood flies, which are kind of more irritating than rats. If I'm being totally honest with you. And yeah, what I will say is that as compared to Dunwall, Sarconius is actually kind of less interesting aesthetically because it's just a coast town and there's just like people and like some boarded up houses and stuff, but it's just a town. It's definitely a city you can like wander around in, and there's more like neutral zones where people won't attack you as compared to Dunwall, but it's also a lot more boring overall, I'd say. Both Emily and Corvo have different powers. Emily's powers are kind of cool, I guess, but what I will say is in my first playthrough, I said no, and I played the game with no powers. Oh, yeah. Raw stealth. And what was more is I was like, not only am I going to play this game with no powers, I'm going to play this game as a ghost playthrough. No detections, no kills, no powers. And believe it or not, I did pretty good at that. Except for, at the end of the game, I got detected. Because I got to the very end of the game where you're supposed to take out Delilah on her throne, and she kept detecting me, so I redid the final boss, and she detected me again, and I'm like, I don't know. I don't know how you would take her out. I literally couldn't figure out how you would go no detect against Delilah at the ending. I thought I made a mistake earlier on, and I didn't want to redo the whole level, so I'm like, well, I'm going to play this game again anyway, so who cares? If Delilah detects me, I'll deal with it later. I was trying not to, like, super care about a ghost playthrough anyway. So I replayed the game as Emily again, and I was like, okay, this time, everyone dies. Everyone. Even the people on the street died. I broke into people's shops. I would like throw grenades at people's doors, run into them, and just stab people in their beds. You're muted.
That's very psychotic.
I went on a killing spree. And I discovered in my second playthrough that you could use the heart to read people's thoughts. So you could be like, what's up with this guy? And it's like, she drowned her child. And I'm like, ooh, sounds like a murder victim then. Stab, 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 stab. He kicks the dog. Ooh, stab, 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 stab. First off, you find out that almost everyone in this game is an absolutely terrible piece of shit. But then you'll run into people that it's like, he always gives money to the poor beggar. And I'm like, oh, I almost feel bad about this one. Stab, 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 stab.
There's no one safe from Sack's wrath.
I would kill an average of like 150 people per level. Per mission. And there's a breakdown where it's like, you killed so many people, you psychopath. One of the most interesting things is like you have the Heart of Jessamine, which is like your mom in this game. You have it in the first game too. I just didn't bother to mention it. But like over time, she would like speak to you, and when you're on like a high chaos playthrough, her statements are like so much more interesting, but also so much more heartbreaking. Like because she gains this sort of like omni awareness of her environment, and like one of the things she says is something to the effect of like an old beggar bleeding out in the street, an old couple take poison because they've been cheated out of their house, the blood on your hand.
No,
and it's like, Jesus, like it's literally this feeling of like your mom being disappointed that you're a mass murderer.
But Mama, I must do this for the country.
If I must kill literally everyone in the entire country for the country.
For the country.
For the country, I have to kill everyone. I went extra cruel on some of them. Like I stole one of the witch's powers, and then I stabbed her to death. And I made one of the geniuses completely brain dead, and then I stabbed them to death. I unleashed full evil. The problem is, over time, there got to be so many people, John. There were so many people to kill. So there's an ability, I don't know what it's actually called. I call it domino linking, which lets you link the life forces of two characters together. And what I would do is, in order to just kill everyone faster, I would mass link everyone's life forces together, and then I would just kill them.
Well, that sounds like a way to do it.
Yeah, I would just be like, hey, you, and you, you'll all die if any of you die. Okay, now you die. And then they all die. And I'm like, woo! Gotta be efficient. Gotta make sure that there's literally no one alive in the country.
You sound like Ruffalo when he was on the Avengers Infinity War tour. Yeah, everyone dies. And then Don Cheadle just like, dude.
So that was my murder playthrough as Emily. And then I did a final playthrough as Corvo, and I'm like, all right, let's bring it back. Corvo playthrough, full-on ghost. So I got to the very end of the game where you're supposed to take out Delilah, and this time... Oh, by the way, I also tried to stealth kill Delilah as Emily in my mass murder playthrough, and I still couldn't do it. It still wouldn't work. I was like, I don't know how you're supposed to stealth kill Delilah. One thing I did do is there's one guy in the game that you have to kill twice. I tried to knock him out in my first playthrough, and in my second playthrough, I knew where he would respawn in order to knock him out. So, this is the coolest thing I did. What I did was, I stopped time, threw a lit grenade at him, and then I ran really quickly all the way up to where his respawn point is, and I threw a grenade at his respawn point, and then I hid behind a corner, and then when time resumed, I heard the explosion of him die to the first grenade, and then I heard the explosion of him die to the second grenade, and then it came up on the screen, you killed him, and I'm like, yeah! So this poor man, who has the ability to, like, respawn, died twice in a second. Because I remember I stopped time. I can't think of anything that would be more frustrating for a person to be able to respawn and then die twice in the same instant.
I mean,
because some jackass played the game already.
This is pretty funny, actually. I'm not gonna lie. It's very brave of you and bold.
Anyway. Last playthrough, Corvo, I stopped the game right when it came to kill Delilah, and I looked up, just like, alright, how are you supposed to stealth Delilah? I don't understand. I've done it like 5 different times. I don't know how you're supposed to do it. So as it turns out, Delilah's a thinking girl. The one you see at the throne isn't the real one. The real one is behind you when you enter the game, when you enter through the portal, and you have to sneak around the outer level without disturbing the one on the throne and sneak up behind her. So the reason I failed to get a ghost playthrough on my no power run is because I was attacking the wrong one the whole time. Which means I could have done no powers, no kills, no detections. I just screwed up because I didn't know she was there.
Interesting.
If I had looked up her location the entire time, I really could have done no kills, no detections, no powers, but... Oh, well. Oh, one problem with the no powers playthrough, though, is that there are some areas in the game that require powers to reach. Like, straight up. You just cannot get there. And I thought that was pretty frustrating.
Yeah, I mean... Yeah, it would make sense that some of the traversal will be tied to mechanics of the game.
I know. It's just, like, really, because the game also won't mark levels as complete if you don't get, like, all of the bone charms, but there are some bone charms you just can't. You just cannot jump high enough. And there's no way to, like, move objects in this game or anything. Like, you can't pull, like, up a chair and then you stack, like, 13 chairs to jump off of them. It's just, like, it's impossible. It's annoying.
I can't think of a game where you can do that.
What, stack a bunch of chairs and jump off of them?
Yeah.
Skyrim, Minecraft. There's several. I've done it in several games, yeah.
Oh, yeah, fair enough.
Amnesia.
Yeah.
Alright, moving on. Alright, next up. Dishonored Death of the Outsider, the final Dishonored game. I thought this was a DLC for Dishonored 2 and not a standalone game. Turns out this is a standalone game. You play as Billy, the apprentice of Dowd, and you're on a mission to kill the Outsider, the great god of the void that gives people magic powers. Now, you might be thinking to yourself, that seems incredibly random, and it is. Dowd goes missing, you show up as Billy, and you're like, hey Dowd, what's up? And Dowd's like, we're gonna kill the Outsider. And I'm like, that sounds, why are we killing? I don't understand why we're killing the Outsider. I literally don't understand why we're killing the Outsider. I mean, Outsider gives like Delilah powers, for example, in Dishonored 2, but guess what, she also gave Emily powers, and she gave Corvo powers, and she gave Dowd powers. Why are we, he's very neutral. Why are we killing him? That's my biggest issue with Dishonored. Why are we killing the Outsider?
Now, is this game, did this come out between the 1 and 2, or is this after 2?
This is set after 2.
Okay, so, okay.
Yeah, this is the last game in the series. So you play as Billy. Apparently there's a when I literally looked up Dishonored Death of the Outsider, this is like the least popular game in the whole series, justifiably, in my opinion. But you play as Billy. The first thing that came up was like Dishonored Death of the Outsider, SJW, and I'm like, oh god, is there a weird controversy for this game? And apparently like the writer is like a huge like SJW dickhead on Twitter. I don't know. And people are like, this game is SJW propaganda. And look, let's be honest, I'd be the first one to call it out if it was. I don't see it.
Fair enough.
Like, one of the things I saw on Steam is like, look, I'm okay with playing as a black character or a woman character or a gay character, but a black woman gay character, that seems like SJW propaganda. And I'm like, dog, I didn't even know Billy was gay. I don't know what the hell you're complaining about. Billy's awesome. Fuck you.
Well, if you know that, then you'll hate Raven Simone.
I saw that and I'm like, Billy's gay? That's such a minute aspect of her character. I think it is in like a text file I didn't bother to read because the text files of this game are too boring for me to care about. Yeah, believe it or not, even I don't read every text file in every game. Dishonored, I made the active decision that I don't give a shit.
That's fair.
Yeah, it mentions like her like long lost lover who it might be dead or something in one of the text files. I think I realized it, but like who cares? It's not like the game is like, all men are scum, we should burn them at the stake. White people are the devil. You literally just play as a gay black woman. Like,
a black lesbian in the game is my joke.
Yeah, like, I'm just like, who cares? Billy's awesome. I mean, the game sucks, but Billy's awesome.
That's fair.
Didn't matter. This game is very stripped down, bare bones. You don't really get to upgrade your powers. Most of your powers are based on bone charms. It's actually kind of lame. The levels go on for too long. Oh, yeah, one thing about Dishonored 2 is there is a door, and I want to mention this door. Because in order to get through the door, the combination for the door is basically a variant of Einstein's famous riddle. And I looked at this, I'm like, this is kind of cool when I looked at the riddle hint, because I'm like, well, I've solved Einstein's riddle before. I can solve this. So I just go through the time, I work through the riddle, and I solve the riddle, and I go through the door, and I get that sick Eureka achievement. And I also write down the answer, so I don't ever have to do it again. And so when I played Dishonored 2 the second time, I type in the same combination and it doesn't work. And I'm like, did I mess up something? So I double check and then I look at the riddle hint and then I realize, hey, guess what? The riddle's changed. But I do notice it has the same function as the same riddle, so I'm like, okay, I can reverse engineer the answer from this. And then I get about halfway through reverse engineering the answer to this, and then I'm like, wait a minute, why am I reverse engineering the answer to this? Isn't the answer to the riddle just hidden somewhere in the level? So then I just go find it hidden somewhere in the level. And then the third time I played Dishonored 2, I didn't even go to the door this time. I wasn't going to reverse engineer it. I wasn't going to solve the riddle again. I just went straight to the answer and grabbed it. I was like, I'm not doing this again.
You're starting to play games the way I do.
Yeah.
proud of you.
I was like, I'm not going to solve this riddle again. I'm done. All right, moving on. Grab the answer. Because at this point, I knew where the answer was. So I just went right to it and we're like, yoink. Type that shit in. But yeah, as an explanation of like my big problem with Dishonored 2, other than the fact that killing the outsider seems so stupid. Like, it's like they had the idea for a plot, like, what if we have a plot where you kill the outsider? And it's like, why are we killing the outsider? I to this day don't understand why we're killing the outsider. The explanation is Dowd is like, he has too many powers and there's cults worshiping him and he gives away powers to people. And I'm like, yeah, but like, you do realize that the void still exists, so people will still have magic powers, right, Dowd? There just won't be an outsider to oversee them. And like, the outsider's pretty neutral. Like, it makes no sense. The point of this game is stupid. Anyway, my big issue with Dishonored 2, Dishonored Death of the Outsider, can basically be summarized by the mission structure. This game has about 5 missions. Dishonored 2 has about 16 missions. Dishonored 1 has about 8 missions, right? Something like that. Dishonored 1 mission will be like, you have to kill the postman. Sounds good. Dishonored 2 mission will be like, you have to kill the postman, but in order to get to the postman, you have to find the combination to a door, so you have to resolve a gang war. Alright? Seems a little arbitrary, but why not? Dishonored Death of the Outsider mission is like, you gotta kill the postman, but in order to kill the postman, you gotta find the combination to this door. But in order to find the combination to this door, you gotta resolve a gang war. But in order to resolve the gang war, you have to break into a flower shop and get the secret flower shop code so that you can go down to the tattoo parlor to get a tattoo on your face, which isn't actually the solution to end the gang war, because the tattoo to your face just gets you the access to a secret knock, which will enter you into an information broker who will then sell you the secret to how to end the gang war. But once you do that, you have to break into an oil refinery, blow up the oil refinery, and then you have to decide which one to kill. And then I'm like, or you could just kill the postman!
Jesus Christ.
It's so involved. It's like 5 missions, but it takes 12 hours to beat this game because there's so many steps to it.
Oh my, that would drive me nuts.
Oh, it drove me completely nuts. Anyway, I only played this one once. Thank God. I would have gone crazy if I had to play this 3 times like I did the other 2. I was going to go for a ghost playthrough, and then when I had ghosted the first mission, I was online looking something up, and I was like, because there were side contracts for the side quests, I'm like, how are you supposed to ghost some of these side quests? And someone's like, oh, there's no ghost achievement for Death of the Outsider. There's just an achievement for getting through the game with no detections. There's no achievement for getting through the game without killing. And I'm like, wait a minute. Are you telling me I'm allowed to kill in this playthrough?
Okay.
So there may have been an instance where I piled up approximately 50 corpses into a small bucket. I killed everyone in an entire building and then piled them in a coal chute.
Time well spent.
And guess what? Beat the game, no detections.
Fair.
It's a good thing that the AI in the game aren't smart enough to go, hey, where is, everyone?
Hey, I was just talking to this guy.
I'm pretty sure there was 20 people out in the street a second ago. And now there's no one.
Neat.
Okay, yeah, Dishonored 2. 6 out of 10, Rent. Death of the Outsider. 4, skip.
Fair enough. Is 2 the best one, you think, though? Or
No, I think 1 is the best. Well, I think 1 and 2 are on par with each other. I think 1 does things better than 2 in some areas, and 2 does things better than 1 in other areas. It's hard to say which one of the 2 is the best one. I like 1 better, but I was also probably getting a little more tired of Dishonored as I went on, so who's to say? Like I said, you kind of got to be in a mood for Dishonored, so I might have been a little more out of the mood for 2.
Yeah, that's fair. That's why I try to like break up like games like in the same series like over a while, because like I don't want to be like definitely by the time we finished like RE5, like I was like, yeah, I'm pretty good with Resident Evil for a while.
Oh no, I fully understand what you're saying. I agree with you wholeheartedly. Excuse me. I would say Death of the Outsider is unquestionably the worst. 1 has this sort of charm that 2 just does not, but I would say that 2 might just be like better mechanically, and in some ways narratively. So I don't know. I think it's a toss up. Death of the Outsider is the worst, hands down. Death of the Outsider feels kind of like what Knife and Dunwall DLC did for the first game, where it feels like this was a prototype for what will probably be Dishonored 3. Like, this feels like they were, like, testing mechanics for that game.
Fair. Mate, I also agree with that sentiment, just because, like, a good case in point is, like, I can play 3 Mega Man X games in a row and not be tired of them because they are so short. Like, I can bump out all 3 of them in under 4 hours and feel fine. But then I just won't play them for, like, a while. But I agree with that statement too. Like, if the games are short enough, I can do that. But like a good case in point is when I decided to do my JRPG month, and I'm like, I'm gonna do like a whole bunch of JRPGs in a row, and I was like, I would probably hate JRPGs by the end of that.
Well,
Just
I
the
did.
same type.
Sorry,
No,
cut you
no,
off a
no,
little bit there.
no. That was the end of that. So
Yeah, I did 3 playthroughs of Dishonored 1, 3 playthroughs of Dishonored 2, and 1 playthrough of Death of the Outsider. All in total, probably about 60 hours of gameplay. So I think part of the reason is, like, yeah, because these are relatively short compared to what I normally play. I think I was more able to, like, slam them all out in a row.
that makes sense. Yeah, if they were like a little bit longer, then that would have been torture.
I mostly went on to Dishonored 2 because I finished Dishonored 1 and I'm like, well, there's nothing else for me to do. I already played this game 3 times, but I'm not satisfied yet, and I want more Dishonored. And then after I finished Dishonored 2 3 times, I was like, well, I'm pretty satisfied with Dishonored. I feel done with it, but also there's exactly 1 Dishonored game left. So, like, why not just go for the hat trick?
You're a braver man than I.
Yeah, I figured. I mean, like, why not just finish? And I knew the last one was, like, shorter. Like, this is like only 12 hours compared to the others, so it's like, just do it. Just finish the game, whatever.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah,
And now I don't have to play Dishonored ever again because I have the ghost achievements in all of them.
I've learned from that mistake after I did a Zelda month, where I played what 5 Zelda games, and by the end of it, I was just like, yeah, I'm good with Zelda for a very good while.
Oh, Zelda's way too much to do in a row. I think
Yeah.
Maid is a lunatic for trying to do Persona. I know she stopped at like 3. I wouldn't have made it to 3. I don't even think I could have played 1 and then 2 in a row. I think I would have lost my mind if I tried to play 2 Personas back to back.
Yeah, it's especially hard like for me because like doing the same thing like repetitiously like that, like even in the game that I love, like it just fucking it kills me inside. Like case in point, while I was playing Persona 5, like even because that game is pretty long, I had to break it up with other games that were vastly different from it, so I didn't get sick of it. Because like my main problem, like with any type of game, is like I'll get sick of the mechanics even if they're good, just because I'm so used to them, I get bored with them. So I tend to stop playing a very good game just because I'm bored with the gameplay because I've done it for so long. That I'll go to something else and then never go back to it.
I can get that, yeah.
Yeah,
I,
it's a bad habit.
I can do Metal Gear back to back, and I've done Dragon Age back to back before.
I think I hate
I don't. It would probably get me too. But yeah, I can do Metal Gear. Metal Gear, I think, is the only game series I can consistently do in a row.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the most success I've found in something like that is when I do like my longer streams, but I'll do like how many games can I beat in 12 hours? Because I'm playing platformers, but I'm playing all platformers that are genuinely different. Like I'll play a Mega Man, and then I'll immediately play something like Donkey Kong, which would be mechanically different, even though it's the same style of game.
Donkey
And
Kong has an ending.
yeah, those actually the
Oh, you're not talking about. Okay.
I'm talking about like okay, sorry, Donkey Kong Country. My bad.
Yeah, my brain was like, that game ends.
Yeah, actually, technically, Donkey Kong does end. Yeah, if you play like the GBC one, the GB one.
Oh, I've only played Atari.
Yeah, if you play like the revamped version, I guess you would call it. It does have an ending. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
but yeah, so like I can understand that, yeah, because just well, like, yeah, when it comes to it has to be different mechanically in order. Ends when you say the lady, yeah. Um,
Pauline.
that's what like I love fighting games, but I can only play them for maybe about an hour and a half of time, just because it's the same thing over and over and over again. So I have to break it up. But the thing I've been doing lately is like I'll be playing three different style games at the same time. Um, because I also like to put a lot of shit on my plate at one time, and also because like I keep going back to the different games just because it's something different every time.
Chorophagia is a habit I strongly discourage. But what I will say is that I got so focused on that joke that I forgot my actual point.
Fair enough.
But that's okay. I like that joke anyway. I'm willing to sacrifice content for that joke. Yeah, I think I was only able to get through Dishonored because it's relatively. Oh, I remember what I was gonna say. Relatively short, but yeah, like if you only have one left and you know it's the shortest in all of them, you know what I'm saying? I feel like anyone could have pulled a Death of the Outsider out of it because I wasn't satisfied with just the first game. Like I still needed more, but then once I was done, I was like, I'm satisfied, but how like, come on, just finish the quest.
That's fair, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, let's do. Also, welcome headshot content or sanity.
Um, yeah, I agree with that.
I'm done with Death of the Outsider.
All right, bathroom break.
Yes, please.
I can see it. I can see it.
Really? I mean, I have like room in me, but
I don't. I've actually been holding in this piss since we started.
I have been holding it in for about 4 games now. So, yeah.
Fair enough.
Compared to
Well,
Persona, where they get progressively longer. Yeah, no. Persona, I wouldn't be able to do. If they're short, I can probably chain them, but Persona, no way.
yeah.
All right, bathroom break, everyone.
Yeah, we'll be right back after our sponsor, which is I don't know. Think of a funny joke.
John's volume is set to the exact same level as mine, so it's either on his end or he's just talking quieter.
Yeah,
Both.
I might be. I'm a little bit farther away from my mic sometimes, so that might be it.
Yeah. Now you're really loud. So I think it was a mic setting. Anyway, bathroom break. Anyway, it's a good thing I had my Be Right Back screen up, by the way. I can cut this later if you want, but yeah, because your entire butt showed on my screen when you turned around. So I'm like, woo!
Well,
I can cut that out if you want.
Nah, leave it in.
Okay. The dialogue, obviously, your butt was never, streamed, so don't worry about that. That was for SAC only.
Yeah. Fair enough, yeah.
All right. Next topic. John, this one's on you.
What is it?
Stars Die.
The fuck's that?
No, I'm joking. This is mine.
I was like, I didn't. I'm like, I have the drive pulled up. I'm like, I didn't put this in there. I have no idea what this is.
What the hell is this? Yeah, Stars Die is a sort of Lovecraftian pseudo horror game that has like 6 different endings that I got on Steam for like $1. Basically, you escape this like experimental hole that is opened up on Earth that I guess goes to a different dimension or something. I'm not particularly sure what happens. Anyway, you end up on this island made of flesh and you run into a bunch of scientists and you have to talk to them. And like what you say and who you decide to go with kind of decides the ending. And also there's like 3 different hidden endings, which are real pains in the butts to get. Anyway, yeah, basically it's you exploring this island and figuring out the secrets of the island, and all of the endings have horrifying implications. So, pretty decent, pretty cheap. Thought it was a good time. If you want a cool, I think $1 to $5 horror game on Steam, check out Stars Die. Like 6 different endings. Good luck getting one of them, though, because you have to find these pictures that are posted randomly across the level, and in order to grab them, you have to interact with them, and in order to interact with them, you have to just straight up break the game, because they are placed in impossible-to-achieve locations.
Gotta love it.
I'm not even joking. One of them is on a straight-up, like, wall. Like, that you cannot read. I literally had to, like, in order to get to one of these... I had to run into the wall at an odd angle and just keep running and jumping at the wall until I kind of finagled my way up this 90-degree surface until I got there. Is it randomized? No. They're just in impossible-to-reach locations. One of them I had to fall and click on the way down. One of them I literally don't know how I got. It was too high up. I think I ran off of a wall at such an angle that the game glitched out and let me run on air for a brief second. But all of the other endings are totally reasonable to get. So that's a good thing. It's really just that one ending that is just bonkers hard to achieve. But anyway, yeah, it's pretty decent. The image of the game itself is one of the endings. I don't want to get too into it. It's very short, very easy to spoil. Pretty decent overall. So, I don't know, stars die. Thumbs up. I'd say... we'll give it a 6. Say rent it. Alright, that was it. That was Stars Die.
Neat.
Ah! What the hell was I talking about?
No, we were moving on.
Were we? Okay. What's next? Oh.
The yours again.
Oh, God. Yeah. Crap. Sorry. I need a lot of energy for this one. Alright. I need to recollect myself. That like blew my eardrums out. He should be okay for everyone on stream, because that's tolerable for me now as far as audio goes. So you all should be able to hear him at relatively the same volume as before, I would assume. Okay. Excuse me. Okay. High Guardian Spice. Do you know anything about High Guardian Spice?
No. I do not.
Okay. You sounded really quiet there for a second, but I think that was just because your mouth was away from the microphone.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
Okay. So, in that case, I'm going to apologize to you and the audience, because this is where we're getting controversial. On a side note, I might cut this segment out and put this on my anime channel also, where I will be going to war, probably. Because we're talking about the hottest of aggressive hot takes.
You know me, I like the hot takes.
So I know two people who watched this. One said it was as bad as everyone makes it out to be. The other said it wasn't bad, but belongs on something like Cartoon Network and not Crunchyroll. Okay, so we'll figure out what camp I am in a second. High Guardian Spice, right? Okay, so you don't know anything about this. So right off the bat, I'm just gonna generally apologize to everyone, because we're about to get political. Welcome to Sack's Political Power Hour. All right, so let's talk about the controversies around High Guardian Spice. First off, there's like 4 or 5 of them. We're going to start about the classification of this. Some might notice that High Guardian Spice is in the TV slot instead of the anime slot. Now, allow me to explain. I'm an old, crotchety old man. In my day, we had a term which was Jap anime, which was short for Japanese animation. We used to call all anime Jap anime. And then, for whatever reason, people stopped saying Jap anime, and they just started saying anime, because they got too lazy to say the Jap part of it, right? I don't fully understand the reason for this, but whatever. I guess anime rolls off the tongue easier. Anyway, important part about that is that because they shortened like Jap anime to just anime, it became very close to the Japanese word, which is also anime, which is used to refer to all animation, period, in Japanese. Now, in the West, anime is traditionally referred to as specifically Japanese animation. Lately, some people have tried to also include anything with anime inspiration or with a sort of anime-esque aesthetic as anime, things like Chinese series, Chinese animation, or things like Avatar as anime. But one, I refuse to do that because I think the more we add to the term anime, the less value the term anime has in general. I think that's silly. And
I agree with that.
I also think that the way the word is used, it sort of treats anime as a sort of like medal of quality. Like if you're good enough, like Avatar is not a cartoon. It's so good, it's an anime. As if, one, all anime are good. And as someone who has seen at least 20 anime, that is not true at all. And it sort of implies that cartoons can't be good. Like it creates this sort of like Japanese animation superiority that I just cannot get behind in general. I had another point about why referring to everything as anime is stupid, but off the top of my head, I can't go any further with it because my brain is turning into Hachima. They stopped saying Japan because Jap was used as slur against Japanese people in World War II. I distinctly remember Dad saying the same story of the old Western name for anime and how my grandfather yelled at him for being racist. I guess. I mean, it was never used in a slur term, though, because it was never used as a slur because it was just used to refer to specifically animation and not specifically to Japanese people, but whatever. Anyway, it's created this like modern confusion with the term anime where people think it's a Japanese word and it's not the Japanese word. I'm sorry to tell you that. It specifically refers to Japanese animation. Anyway, yeah, so I think it's really stupid to call literally everything anime. That's why I refuse to acknowledge anything that's not Japanese animation as anime, which includes High Guardian Spice. High Guardian Spice is not anime, it's a cartoon. That's the first point I'm going to make about it. Doesn't really matter. They started saying just anime by late 90s. I know, I remember the transition. Depends how you say it. There's a big difference between Jap anime and Jap anime. You know what? Fair enough. Punctuation's important, I guess. Anyway, other issues with High Guardian Spice that people will say is about the production, because it's a Crunchyroll original. Crunchyroll spent money on this, and one of the I've seen this argument all the time. People are like, "What is Crunchyroll doing, making its own series? They should be paying animators better. They're spending money that should be going to animators to make this crap." All right, so let's talk about this. Now, I don't 100% know this for sure, but I'm fairly confident High Guardian Spice was paid out of Crunchyroll's like pocket of its profits. Crunchyroll is a for-profit company. Obviously, they're not doing it for free, which means that they were paying for this anime for themselves. Like, the money that they used to pay for this was not going to be handed to, like, Crunchyroll doesn't pay animators directly. It's all about the production studio. They just give the money to the production studio, and then it's the production studio that pays animators. And most animators and most companies are paid for, like, the cells they animate. I think it's like something ridiculous, like 5 yen, 3 to 5 yen per cell. They're ridiculously underpaid, but it's not like it's Crunchyroll that's underpaying them. It's the studios themselves. If you want to like boycott a company for underpaying animators, get prepared to only watch Kyoto Animation anime, because Guess what? That's industry standard. Crunchyroll has nothing to do with that. If anything, if you wanted the money, your money to go directly to animators, guess what? Someone had to animate High Guardian Spice. So, believe it or not, the money that was never going to go to an animator did go to an animator. It's not a Japanese animator. It was the animator of High Guardian Spice. But yeah, your money was never going to go to a Japanese animator. It was never going to happen. It was always Crunchyroll's money in the first place. It's absolutely ridiculous, that complaint. Another complaint people will make is that Crunchyroll sucks as a company and you shouldn't support Crunchyroll. And Crunchyroll got bought out by Sony, and Sony sucks as a company, so you shouldn't support Sony. And guess what? They're right. Crunchyroll and Sony suck. I can't argue that, and if you don't want to give them your money, that's fine. But let's not make the argument that the company that makes this product sucks, therefore the product sucks. That's not an argument against High Guardian Spice. That's just an argument to not support Crunchyroll or Sony, which, sure, I mean, yeah, they suck. I'm not going to argue with you on that. High Guardian Spice was probably animated in South Korea. I mean, a lot of anime is animated in South Korea, honestly. But we're not going to get into the animation process. Anyway, yeah, another thing people will say is that it had an absolutely disastrous trailer where it showed off an incredibly generic fantasy world, told you almost nothing about its plot or characters, but talked all about its diverse cast of producers. And all it showed off was a bunch of like overweight white women with multicolored hair that basically just looked like fighting game character palette swaps. And people are like, that's a terrible trailer. And yeah, the trailer was complete dog shit. And yeah, it's one of the things people absolutely despise on the internet for some bizarre reason is hypocrisy. So they're saying it's diverse, but it's not diverse at all. Look at its actual producers. These people are awful. And yeah, I mean, it's a shit trailer. I'm not going to argue that. And it does make the setting look super generic. And I mean, guess what? The setting's super generic. I'm not going to defend the setting for High Guardian Spice. And another thing people say is that when you look into the producers behind the show, they're absolutely like terrible, like there's a hyper SJW. Some of them are like open misandrists. Like just generally shitty people. And if you don't want to support shitty people, or shitty companies for that matter, obviously you don't want to support High Guardian Spice. And I can't make any arguments against that. I think that's a fair enough point. Dyed hair is a thing that is weirdly hated. I don't know why it's nothing worth getting angry about. It's like associated with like Twitter at this point. Like Twitter SJW types, which is honestly, let's be honest, it's the people who made High Guardian Spice. I don't have anything against hair dye either, but I'm just levying the complaints at it that people have complained about it. But yeah, the producers of the show seem like real shitheads, just generally not good people. And if you don't want to support them as creators, that's totally fine. That doesn't say anything about the quality of the show. Obviously, that just says that behind the scenes, the entire show, High Guardian Spice, is an absolutely perfect storm of crappy development. But we all know that I am all for separating the art from the artist. Because let's be honest, there's a lot of really crappy producers out there, and if you were only watching stuff by good producers, you would be watching almost nothing. Um, so, how is High Guardian Spice as an actual show? Funny, back when my mom was aged, dyed hair was associated with punks. Yeah, no, yeah. Same thing when I was young. Yeah, High Guardian Spice is fine. I liked it, actually. It's actually not that bad. Let's go through a few points. Number one, the trailer shows that the setting is super generic and seems heavily like it's biting off of Ruby's bullet, and I can't argue with that. The setting is very generic, and it does feel like it's biting off Ruby's bullet. I would argue this is better than Ruby, though. Ruby's a goddamn nightmare of a show. But yeah. So that's definitely an issue. There's one scene where one of the teachers is revealed as like transgender, and that scene gets like memed on super hard. And that scene does definitely feel ham-fisted. I think now, this isn't really my fight to fight, but I will say that I think the truly biggest issue with that teacher is that teacher has the main purpose of them seems to be to guide someone else on their journey to possibly also being trans. And I think, if anything, just acting as a sort of like trans mentor figure as being like your only real purpose in the plot, I think that might be more problematic. But this isn't my fight to fight, and I really don't have a strong opinion on it one way or the other. It doesn't come off as super propagandaist. It does kind of treat you like an idiot because it feels the need to explain what a trans person is, but whatever, who cares? The scene's over pretty quickly, and the main focus of the episode is actually that character's relationship with the main character's mom. So it's really not that distracting. A lot of people will talk about some of the like dialogue for some of the characters as being terrible, but a lot of the clips I've seen that they're citing, like, look how shitty this dialogue is from characters that are intentionally supposed to give shitty dialogue. Like, that's the point of the scene. And a lot of people will be like, look how shitty the voice acting of this character is, and they'll show Slime Boy, and that's the point of Slime Boy. It's a lot of the clips I see where people complain about High Guardian Spice are people being like, look how shitty this is, when they don't realize they're not laughing at the show, they're laughing with the show. They're just showing they're showing clips of the show doing exactly what it's trying to do, and then they're like, look at this, and it's like, yup, that's what the show was getting at. Wow, you good job. You somehow think this is a negative flaw of the show when it's actually just landing its points. Now, don't get me wrong. High Guardian Spice is not a great show. Honestly, I would say, like I've mentioned before, I've seen greatness in shows. High Guardian Spice has no potential to be a great show. It will always be about this level. It could probably get a little better if they like come into their own a little bit more, but this is never gonna be a 9 out of 10 show, a 10 out of 10 show. This will always be at around this level. I definitely feel like a lot of the like backdoor politics and a lot of the trailers and the preconceptions have definitely impacted the enjoyment of the show itself. As for what I actually like think about the show, oh yeah, the like short dwarf girl, she's not much of a character. She doesn't have much of a plot in the plot. I don't remember her name. That's probably not great news. But I do remember the other characters well, and they're pretty decent characters overall, I would say. Not anything, to write home about. Just assume that nothing in this show is... I'm not going to say that after every sentence. Just assume nothing in this show is anything to write home about. How about that? But yeah, I mean, I kind of like everyone well enough. The main character can get obnoxious, but that's kind of the point. That's in one of her intended character flaws. One thing I will say is that there's some decent representation. I don't want to say that the representation is good. I'll say it's diverse. They definitely tick some boxes in this. What I will say is that the main character's best friend, Sage, has a sort of thing for her, and the main character, at the very least, has only shown interest in boys, and I would honestly respect the hell out of the show if the main character is straight, but her best friend is a lesbian with a thing for her, because I think it would be add to a really interesting dynamic where, like, the main character has to sort of support her friend in her journey, but her friend also has to learn to get over the main character and, like, sort of come into her own. I think that'd be a really interesting character dynamic, where they sort of have to, like, reorganize the relationship, and honestly, there was a little bit of that in part of the season where they sort of have a falling out. There's also one character who's revealed to probably be trans. I'm going to try to refer to them as like gender neutral for most of this, because it's not officially confirmed whether they're transitioning or not. I'm not really sure the intended pronouns for this, so I'm just going to try not to use them. But they were referred to male throughout almost the entire show, so if I mess up, I guess forgive me. But honestly, this I think was foreshadowed pretty well, because I saw it coming like 3 episodes ahead of time, and looking back, there was evidence from it from like episode like 3 or something. So I think it was actually led into pretty decently. I'm not going to, again, I don't want to talk about the quality of representation, because this show didn't represent my demographic at all. But at the very least, it was led into well enough. I think the biggest issue is that character, was led by the other trans teacher, and it almost seemed like the trans teacher was just there to lead the character on their journey. But I was screaming for like 3 episodes how the teacher really needs to fucking talk to them. Everything you said earlier could have been avoided if it was pitched anywhere but Crunchyroll. Oh, sure, yeah. Well, no, I think the production crew would have still gotten shit on, no matter who hosted it. Because, I mean, yeah, from what I've heard, they're pretty shit people. But like them being shit people doesn't really reflect the quality of the show. The plot itself, this might be a spoiler. If they make a season 2, this might be a spoiler for High Guardian Spice, but nothing has been revealed yet, so I'm just going to make my prediction. But yeah, what I suspect is happening in the show is we find out through various sources that natural sources of magic seem to be being drained, like the elf woods and the healing springs. And what I suspect happens is the show has this sort of dichotomy between old magic and new magic. And I think that what is happening is that new magic, which is being created by like the witch capital, is either created using natural mana sources, magic sources, or drains natural magic sources. And this is plots of Tales of Vesperia. I don't know. This hasn't been confirmed. This is my own speculation. But what I assume is that the entire show is a metaphor for the evils of capitalism and saving the environment. That's my guess. That sounds like something that the creators of the show would think of, and that's what I feel like it is leading to, but none of this was led into in the slightest. Anyway, basic idea. Everyone in the show wants to become a guardian. It has the same problem as Ruby. We have no idea what the hell a guardian is. It seems to be like a weird hybrid between a scout and a sort of like a soldier, like a guardian, like the literal protector of the environment. But we don't know what the job is. We don't know what it entails. The most we get out of it is what the oath is. It has the same problem as being a hunter in Ruby. We have no fucking idea what the hell what they're trying to do, which isn't great. The setting can be pretty generic. I don't think any of the characters are necessarily nailed in any regard, but a lot of the complaints are exactly what the show is trying to do. It has some actually comedic moments. I actually legitimately laughed at certain parts. Everyone hates Slime Boy's voice acting, but that's the point of Slime Boy. I kind of like Slime Boy. Slime Boy's kind of cool. Honestly, I just think the show is generally decent. And I love the bully girl who turned out to not be a bully by the end of it. Amaryllis, I think her name is. She's great. She's just generally fun. A hunter kills stuff and goes around and kills other stuff. Yeah, exactly. It's the same problem. I don't know what a guardian is. The name of the show is based on the main 4 girls team that they form. High Guardian Spice is their version of RWBY. Like that's their Ruby basically. But yeah, the main character's mom goes off on a mission and then disappears. Ooh, where did she go? Ooh, you'll never know. We kind of know. We kind of know where she is. There's a little hint at the end. But yeah, and honestly, I kind of liked the journey of the one character that may or may not be transitioning. I actually thought that that was sort of interesting. Yeah, what I will say about this is if there is a second season of High Guardian Spice, I would unironically watch it. And I kind of hope that there is a second season because I am interested in where the show is going. But yeah, I enjoyed it. It's not great, and it will never be great. It does not have greatness in it. But I think it's pretty decent, and I think a lot of the hate it gets is generally undeserved. I think if this was made by like if they didn't have that really crappy trailer, maybe if you didn't necessarily know who was behind it, and if it wasn't like Maid said, if it wasn't Crunchyroll and Sony, I don't. If this was a Cartoon Network show that kind of hit its creators, I think there is an audience for this show, and I don't think it would get hit nearly as hard. I think a lot of the issues with the show that people have is the production. I don't. It's look, this show has gotten worse. This show has gotten worse ratings than worse shows than it. So, yeah, High Guardian Spice. It's pretty decent. I'd give it a 6 out of 10. I'd say rent it if you don't mind supporting undeniably shitty people.
All right.
And again, I'm sorry I dragged you into this war, John.
No.
Let the record show John said nothing during this. John kept his mouth shut like a smart boy.
I haven't seen it, and I just want Sony to revert the rights back from Spider-Man to Marvel Studios, so we don't have to worry about that anymore.
I believe High Guardian Spice is High Guardian. I don't specifically know, but its IMDb score is like 1.5 or something, 1.6. Like it's like 1.3. No, oh yeah, 1.1. Yeah. Yeah, 1.4 in total. It's like one of the worst rated things. Period.
Interesting.
And it doesn't deserve it because there are worse things. I have seen worse things. There are things that deserve this way harder. Anyway, yeah, High Guardian Spice. That's my war. I liked it. I've seen crappier shows. It doesn't deserve all this hate. It's not a damn anime though.
But yeah, 552 people have rated it at a 1.4. That's crazy.
Yeah, well, it's literally a hate mob. Like, I hate to say, it's just a hate mob. I guarantee, like, I'm sure most people haven't even seen the damn show, and the people that do see the show, the criticisms I see levied against it are just asinine.
Yeah, well,
like I said, like they think they're laughing at the show, but they're just laughing with it, and they're too stupid to realize.
Yeah, they do that with a lot of stuff. Like Eternals got attacked with that same shit too. I'll get more into that later, but
yeah, I'm willing to move on from High Guardian Spice. I've said my piece. I've talked about it, and I think I've acknowledged the valid criticisms at least. So I'm willing to move on.
All right, next up is Silicon Valley, which is me.
Hooked up. Don't look at the man behind the curtain.
Thanks, John, mentioning Marvel. I've seen it has made people want homogenous franchise shit like this. Seriously, don't. Hers were better as separate standalone films. Who just seem to default to brain dead fuck waffle, sadly. I agree.
Thanks to John mentioning Marvel, the MCU has made people want homogenous franchises of shit like the MCU, and I seriously don't. Marvel movies were better as standalone films. Excuse me. Do people want cinematic universes? I feel like cinematic universe is like the most dreaded phrase in movies right now.
Well, it's because every time somebody tries to create one that's not the MCU, it fails. Dark Universe, Snyderverse, all the verses have literally failed besides the MCU.
That's because they want to jump right into Avengers.
Yeah.
And they spend more time setting up the movies than they do. Like, honestly, the problem is they're trying to copy the finale of the MCU, and they're not trying to copy the early stage. Genuinely, if they tried to like copy like the like Iron Man, Thor, Captain America stage of the MCU, they could probably land it pretty. Which is kind of what the MonsterVerse did with like Godzilla and Kong and stuff.
Yeah, see, they did it right, and like those movies, they aren't 100% great.
No,
but they're watchable, and like the team up for Godzilla vs Kong was pretty satisfying, even though it wasn't a great movie in general.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because they realize you can't jump right to Endgame.
You can't. No.
You're not going to get the Endgame dollars by just being like, "Hey, we made we made a Superman movie. Now we have Batman versus Superman. It's Endgame time. No, DC, it's not Endgame time.
Yeah, see, what it works with comic book stuff and like other mythos like that because it's always been a shared universe. Like people are just like the biggest thing I always point out is like how they try to do like the dark universe with all like the monsters and stuff. Like
That could have
the
been a cool idea, lead into a sort of League of Extraordinary Gentlemen kind of thing.
it 100% could have been, but it didn't work because of the way they approached it. They didn't approach it as an Iron Man, as a Captain America. They're like, hey, these are all the characters we're gonna do, and it's gonna be lead to a team up film, but it just didn't launch up because Mummy wasn't good, and then they just instead of continuing to do it and at least trying to at least go for it, they just shit can the whole thing. Like the Mummy wasn't a good movie because it wasn't a good movie. It wasn't because like the idea behind it was bad. Like for the universe, it was just a bad fucking movie.
Yeah, I didn't
Like,
watch it. Uh, came into my attention when I saw someone saying Shin Megami Tensei should evolve to be like Persona, so the two games can coexist in a Marvel-like films. Fuck no, place. I'd be okay with a Persona SMT crossover as like a game. I think that could be an interesting concept, but and I wouldn't mind if like Devil Summoner showed up in Persona or Persona users showed up in an SMT game. I think that would be interesting as an idea. But if I was in charge of SMT6, here's what I'd do. I'd go in the exact opposite direction. I would make Persona games more Persona-like, and I would make SMT games the exact damn opposite. I would go like Hyperdimension Neptunia Cursed Sword Ending of Dark. Like, I would go pitch black SMT. All my friends are dead. Lar chaos. Let's get this shit on the road. That's what I do. That's my SMT6. SMT6 would be like 0% Persona.
yeah, the crossovers are fun, but like the whole thing of a shared universe, like it's like one of the things like if it's not done correctly, it's just terrible, and everyone wants the money from it, but nobody's willing to put in the work. Like
No waifus
yeah,
in my SMT6.
Yeah, like Kevin Feige has been in like the superhero movie game since X-Men 1. Like he's worked with people for X-Men, for Spider-Man. Like he's been around the block. That's why when he came in to do Iron Man, he already said this is what didn't work, and we're gonna try this and see if it does work, and it did. So, um, good on him. So,
Oh, well, Raidu bring back would be interesting. By the way, for those that don't know, in the cursed ending of in the cursed sword ending of Hyperdimension Neptunia 2, Nepgear kills all of the other goddesses, and then to power up the cursed sword, and then Neptune insists that her sister kills her, and then when she refuses, Neptune kills herself.
neat.
It is considered an ending so dark that it traumatized the viewer base, and they make a joke of it in Hyperdimension Neptunia 3 that it's like, we're sorry for that ending. We won't do it again. We promise.
All right, let's get into the thing.
Yes.
Silicon Valley. Have you heard of the show? Are you familiar with it?
I have heard of the show. I can tell you that there are men in it, because when I looked it up to figure out what the hell this was, I saw an image of men in it.
There are men in it. There are men in it. Silicon Valley is about a startup company called Piper that doesn't know what it wants to create until about the second to last season. It's a comedy, it's a comedy show. It's made by Mike Judge, the same guy who's done King of the Hill, Office Space, Beavis and Butthead, all the good stuff.
I can't stand Beavis and Butthead.
Well, Beavis and Butthead is the one thing that I'm not a huge fan of, but King of the Hill is the best anime I've ever seen in my life.
Mm-hmm. Not an anime, but King of the Hill is a delight.
It's Texas anime.
That's not real, but it is a good show.
Yeah, it's probably one of my favorite adult animated shows that there is. What about Daria? I've actually never seen Daria.
I think I've seen an episode or two, but I wasn't big on it.
I was gonna say I've probably seen a couple episodes, but I've never actually like watched it because it was on MTV. I wasn't allowed to watch MTV as a kid. Fun fact.
When I was a kid, MTV had music on it, so.
Me too. Dang it, Bobby.
That was a pretty good Hank Hill impression, actually.
I work on it. You know, it's what I do in my spare time.
Oh.
Yeah. So yeah.
Some people fuck at funerals. I do Hank Hill impressions.
What?
Oh, it's a quote from No More Heroes 2. Travis says that everybody has their ways of dealing with stress. Some people fuck at funerals. I cut off heads.
Fair enough.
I love that quote. It's such a good quote.
It's pretty good, yeah. Yeah, so yeah, it's made by Mike Judge. It stars a solid cast. Fucking shit, I can't remember his name. Thomas Middleditch, who's been in a couple different things. He was in Rick and Morty. He's been in a few different movies. I can't. Campaign's one of them.
Oh, that movie sucks.
It's I tried to watch it again a couple nights ago and fell asleep like 30 minutes into it.
Oh, so you had the best possible viewing experience.
Yeah, that's the only reason why I remembered he was in that movie. Cause I watched it like a couple weeks ago and fell asleep. You can still watch music videos on MTV. They're like, yeah, true, yeah. So yeah, it's got that. It's got Camille Nanjiani, who is also in Internals, which we'll talk about later. It's got the fuck's his name?
Guy Fawkes.
The guy who was also in Deadpool. He's also
Ryan Reynolds.
No, the other guy. Can't remember his fucking name right now. And the guy got ousted as a sexual deviant, and that's why he wasn't in the last 2 seasons of the show. He's in it. Martin Starr is in it as well, who's famous for being in a lot of Seth Rogen films and in Spider-Man 1 and 2, and also The Incredible Hulk.
Excuse me, which Spider-Man?
He was in Homecoming and Far From Home. He played one of the teachers.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Because you said Spider-Man 1 and 2, and...
Yeah, I should have.
Yeah. It's like 3 relevant Spider-Man franchises, and they all got to 2 entries.
No, Spider-Man. First Spider-Man at 3, and yeah. Well, yeah, whatever. Yeah, and also stars the girl from Sex Drive, which I don't know her name. Who's actually very fantastic in this. The show is hilarious and also a very good watch. It's very much an adult show. I remember when TV had music and not shitty reality bullshit. Pepper Farm members. Fair enough.
To me, it's not MTV unless it's playing Video Kill the Radio Star.
That's fair.
Shout out to anyone who gets that joke.
I get the joke.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So yeah, it's really good. It starts off with the main character Richard Hendricks, who works at Hooli, which is basically like like a Google type thing. Even though Google exists in this universe, they're like just another tech company that he basically works at. And he decides, fuck this shit. I'm gonna go start my own company, and so he starts his his career as a CEO of this new company, Pied Piper, that initially wants to be a cloud-based company, kind of, because he creates a pretty awesome technology that basically gives him the ability to be the best in the business. It is only 6 seasons. I'm not gonna really. There's some things to spoil about it, so I'm not gonna really talk too much about it as I normally do. If you have HBO Max, I recommend giving it once. The 30-minute episodes. It's only 6 seasons. The best part of it is that it never ends the way you think it's gonna end, which is my favorite part of the series because you're always rooting for the guy, but shit always happens though. And the ending is one of the most perfect endings to any show I've seen in a while. I originally watched it up to the last season a while ago, but I didn't ever finish the last season, so I just rewatched the entire series again. just to get a refresher and all that stuff. But it's really good. It's really funny. I like the cast. The cast is perfect. You could definitely tell after season 2 they were gonna go somewhere else, but unfortunately, one of the characters in the show passed away right after filming the second season. So they had to kind of like pivot to um another area for the show, but it still ends on honestly the perfect note of that it could. Um, Other than that, I'm not gonna say too much about it. Just go watch it. I liked it. It's an 8 out of 10 for a full series. There's really not a bad episode, in the entire series. So definitely go watch it.
Pass rent buy.
Oh, this is definitely a buy, yeah. If you have HBO Max, go watch it.
Don't forget
So
that rent to own is also an option.
this is true. I'd rent to own.
Rent to own. All right, moving on. Nope. Yep.
Lincoln. So I may have talked about this during one of the Resident Evils, but I went on a what I'll call a Lincoln bender, where I did nothing but watch two Lincoln movies back to back for no good reason. I actually started with the other one, but I'm going to talk about this one first, um, because this is going to be a controversial statement. Even though the man, the myth, the legend, Daniel Day Lewis is in this movie, he's one of the best method actors of all time. I like the other movie more than this movie. For reasons because
As someone who knows what the other movie is.
fair enough. You'll see when I get to the next one. No spoilers. This movie I expected to be like a full biopic of Lincoln's life, but it only really covers like him trying to get the bill passed to end slavery, which is obviously a big part of his career as president of the United States. But I was expecting a lot more out of the movie because it was like 2 hours 30, 2 hours 40, something like that. But it really only focused on that, and even though it boasts like a incredible cast, like Sally Field is Mary Todd. This his son is played by Joseph Gordon-Levitt. Um, Tommy Lee Jones is also in this movie. Like, it's a pretty stacked cast, like of a whole bunch of people. I'd go through it, but we'd be here for a while. Um,
It's an
all
ensemble.
Yeah, it's a very good ensemble, but like what it fails to do is show more of what his life was like before that. Like what I wanted to see going
Did you
into this.
see the log cabin?
No.
This is 0 out of 10 film. How dare it
Yeah.
grace this podcast?
You see what I mean? Um yeah, you don't see any of that. Like it starts with him already president. He's in the White House. The Civil War is going on. Like it's halfway through the Civil War, and so or 3/4 or something like that. And he's trying to get the bill to pass, which is cool. Like that's like a really cool part of his life. But I wanted to see all of his life. When I look at a biopic, I want to see the entirety of his life. Like one of the biopics I really like is the Jobs film. Both of them actually, they're both very good. There's one with Michael Fassbender. There's also one with Ashton Kutcher. Both of them show different parts of his life. One's more focused on him starting up the company. The other one's like focused on some of the internals in it. But they show the how he got there. This movie doesn't show the how he got there. Like Lincoln had a pretty solid life. Um he was a lawyer for a while. Like growing up, like he was very poor and stuff like that. He ended up becoming a lawyer. That's how he got the job as president because he was a fucking lawyer. He was a very intelligent man, and I wanted to see that. Um, but I didn't get to see that, which is kind of annoying, especially from a Spielberg film. To only focus on one facet of his life, I thought was a very bold move. But a lot of people seem to really like this movie. And it's a great movie. Don't get me wrong. Like I didn't hate it. I like Daniel Day Lewis and literally everything he does. Like There Will Be Blood is one of the best films I've ever seen. Just strictly because of him and the characters that he plays in that movie. He's great as Lincoln in this movie. I think he really nails it. Especially because the last movie I saw him in was There Will Be Blood, and he plays a fucking oil tycoon that's a fucking madman, and then he's like a sweet, soft Lincoln. Huge turnaround, but he really nails it. I mean, I personally have never met Lincoln in my life because he's, you know,
I have.
sack ass. So
He was a
probably
giant.
yeah, he was very tall. He was a very tall man. Yeah. Which Daniel Day-Lewis himself, I don't think is super tall either. So I think that's an
Terrible poker player.
yeah, yeah. Swiss cheese man. That's what we used to call him. That was spoilers. Lincoln does die eventually.
I wanted to know, do you see the assassination?
This is my least favorite part about the movie. You do not. In fact,
It would have ruined the tone. Lincoln's assassination was the stupidest thing.
see, call me a masochist, maybe, but I wanted to see that.
You wanted to see the dumbass assassination of Lincoln?
Yeah, I wanted to see him get his fucking brain splattered. Okay, because I thought that honestly would have ended like the movie pretty well.
Well, do you know the escape plan for the Lincoln assassination?
No.
He jumped off the balcony and broke his leg, and he hobbled out of it.
Oh yeah,
he hobbled out of the theater.
He's like, I got it, and then he got captured immediately.
Yeah.
Go figure, right? You break your leg and you have to hobble away, and of course you're gonna.
He limped out of it.
Yeah. So
he probably only made it out because people were so stunned.
Yeah. I hate that scene. It's the obviously well, it's not actually the last scene in the movie. It's the last scene in the movie, but it's not like he gets shot and cuts to black and credits roll. There's like one more part after that, which I also hated. But anyway, so they're in the theater and Mary Todd and him are watching the play or whatever. And then it pans over to his son who's sitting with someone I can't remember. And then you just hear you don't even hear him like say like the Sic Semper Tyrannis thing or whatever. Like you just hear a gunshot. And then it just cuts to Lincoln laying in bed, which I don't know why they would bring him all the way to bed and try to. They had a doctor there. Maybe this did happen. I don't know. I wasn't there. The doctor's like, yeah, he's dead. Like, and this dude's just laying on a fucking bed with a gunshot in his head.
Black powder round, right? I don't think they're saving someone from a black powder round to the head.
No, that's why it didn't make sense to me because he would have been pronounced dead at the fucking theater when he got his brains blasted all over the fucking audience.
I believe it was a wall.
Was it a wall? Okay.
Pretty sure. I think he got shot in the side of the head.
Oh, okay. I wouldn't know. I didn't see it.
Fair enough.
The only reference I have to where he was shot is from fucking Bedazzled with Brendan Fraser. This is the only.
Probably not the best.
No, this is the only reference because they had the balls to semi-show it. But not in this movie. And I expected it to be in this movie being, like a not Stephen King, Steven Spielberg movie, and like the tone of it. Like, yeah, it was a very, like he was fighting for the rights of African Americans and stuff like that for them to be free. But I wanted it to end with him getting his fucking brains blown out. And that was the most disappointing part of the movie. Besides the fact that it only focused on that one part of his life. Just because I wanted to see it. Whatever. Call me a creep, call me like a weirdo. I just wanted to see him get his fucking shit exploded. Because I knew it was gonna happen, It's not. Have you seen the whitest Oh yes, I have, yeah. Oh, also, shout out to the gentleman who passed away who was in Whitest Kids You Know. The Whitest Kids You Know came out at a time where like I needed to laugh, and I remember watching that show and just feeling better. Like Civil War and Drugs is one of the best sketches to this day, in like my opinion. That was like a continuation throughout multiple episodes of a show. Something that Chappelle's Show did, but I think Whitest Kids You Know did it better. I said it, whatever. But yeah, It was a good movie overall. I gave it a solid 7, which is general consensus. But yeah, it was lacking in more of his life and definitely getting his fucking brain splattered. But
Um,
it is what it is.
Rent.
It's a rent. It's a if you like historical shit, it's definitely a good movie to watch. It's not boring either. Like it was there at no point with watching this movie. I believe it went out over 2 hours, 2.5 hours. I was not bored at all. It was a good movie to watch, but it was just lacking some shit. Yeah, Rent.
Okay.
It's also
Um,
on HBO Max.
so just a couple add-ons. Lincoln was shot with a Derringer, which is a single shot cap cap lock gun. So it's sort of it's not quite like a semi-automatic, but it's not quite a powder gun.
Like how?
Um, yeah, it's like a midpoint that he was shot with. He was shot. This is according to Wikipedia, but it is got multiple sources actually. Bullet entered Lincoln's skull behind his left ear and passed through his brain and came to rest near the front of the skull after fracturing both orbital plates. So he got shot at a diagonal from like here, and it went out through a diagonal, but it didn't fully exit his skull. And one more addendum I will say is I claimed that Booth jumped off and he landed in the like walkway and like broke his leg and he like limped out of the walkway. He landed on the stage and then limped
I
out.
was gonna say I thought he landed on the stage.
He landed. It was worse than that. He landed on the stage. It was even more incompetent than I thought.
Also, Secrets in Him is amazing, and everyone should watch that. Shout out to Mabe.
So there you go. There's your little history dose. Anyway, yeah, they probably cut because the way Lincoln actually died was too stupid to have been depicted.
Yeah, but that's why I wanted to see it.
Fair enough.
You know, they should have had someone funny come in and be Lee Harvey Oswald, and just been. It should have been like James Franco. You know, just someone ludicrous like that, just to shoot him in the skull. But you know, whatever. Is what it is.
I think
Go
James
watch.
Franco is too serious of an actor. It should have been like Adam Sandler.
Okay, you're taking a little bit too far.
Too much. Once it probably was.
Lincoln, we're gonna kill you, Lincoln.
Six Semper Tyrannis.
Six Semper Tyrannis, Lincoln. Oh, hi, Mark.
All right, moving on.
Fucking Adam Sandler, Jesus Christ. Yeah.
You can do it.
You can do it, Lincoln. Blow his fucking head off.
All right.
Yeah, moving on.
All right.
Before we come up with other characters
I
that could be.
I don't know how this happened. I don't know how I've made so many mistakes in life. Anyway. It's the new thing! Abraham Lincoln Vampire Slayer.
The movie I enjoyed more, which I thought I would enjoy less than the other Lincoln movie that I watched. Yeah, this is
You can't mess with this, Lincoln.
Yeah, this is a surprisingly fun movie to watch. Even though like I know going into it wasn't like a super well received movie, but I actually had a lot of fun watching this movie. Because they depicted the parts of Lincoln's life that I wanted to see. I watched this movie before the other Lincoln, but I wanted to talk about it after just because it hit the points of the Lincoln that I wanted to see. He's gonna take those. He does. He does in fact do that.
The Confederacy was owned by vampires.
It was actually in this universe. The vampires like help out the Confederacy because Lincoln is a badass vampire hunter. It is it's based on I believe a graphic novel. Quote me if I'm wrong. Of the same name where Lincoln grows up. His mother actually dies from a vampire bite. So Lincoln ends up confronting the man who killed his mother, and he turns out to be a vampire, which sets him on the path of fighting. Not only were the traitors, but they were Nosferatu.
Abraham Lincoln Vampire Hunter is based on a graphic novel. Quote me if I'm wrong. I was quoting you. You were wrong. Okay. It was an actual novel.
Oh, it was an actual novel. Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
I was being cheeky.
But okay. Fair enough. Yeah. I couldn't remember if it was the actual novel or a graphic novel. So, but yeah. So he meets a gentleman who teaches him how to slay vampires, who we later find out is actually a vampire, which I thought was pretty neat because he has ties to the main villain of the story, who turned him into a vampire.
Just like Blade.
I mean, yeah, kind of, yeah. Shout out to Blade
or Vampire Hunter D.
Yeah.
Which.
So as you can see in the picture, he fights vampires
Trinity
not
blood.
with a gun, but he fights it with a hatchet that was dipped in silver, because silver kills vampires in this universe, which I thought was pretty cool. Because some of the axe stuff that he does in the film is pretty cool and fun to watch. But yeah, the vampires end up rebelling. It shows a whole bunch of different points of his life too. It shows him as a child, shows him as a teenager, shows him meeting Mary Todd, who's played by Mary Winstead, Elizabeth Winstead, or something like that. I believe that's her name. But yeah, and it shows like them birthing a son. The son gets bit by a vampire. He dies, and it's kind of like a cycle. It's not a great movie, but it's just a stupid action movie that's a lot of fun. Also, fucking the guy who plays Falcon is in it too. I can't remember his name off the top of my head.
Falcon.
He's also in this movie. What is his fucking name?
No. I was just calling him Falcon. That wasn't.
Yeah, I can't remember.
I don't care what his name is.
Does the movie have vampire Robert E. Lee? I'll get to that.
Yes.
So yeah, like it shows the final battle in this picture actually, where it's on a train, which is a fun action sequence, that defies every law of physics and gravity there is.
Anthony Mackie.
Yeah, Anthony Mackie. Yeah, he was in this movie too. He played his sidekick buddy. Also, because the vampires team up with the Confederacy, he starts losing the war too, and he has a brilliant idea to melt all the silver in America down to make silver bullets to kill these vampires, which I thought was stupid,
impossible,
and impossible, but makes sense in the context of the story because it works. It just works. So like first I was like, that's really dumb, and then like the more I thought about it, I'm like, it's dumb, but it makes sense in the context of this world because the silver kills the vampires and everything, and apparently there's just abundance of it. So actually they fight on the train because they say they thought the vampires thought the silver's on the train, so they're gonna derail the train. And it turns out no, it's just fucking Abraham Lincoln busting up bitches on the train. And that's why most silverware isn't real silver. Yeah,
it was all used to kill vampires. You know what? I didn't mention this. I was there for that.
Fair enough.
Remember, I knew Abraham Lincoln, so
he did. The vampire hunter and the regular Lincoln.
I knew him before he hunted vampires. He was never good at poker.
This is because he was honest Abe. Couldn't tell a lie.
Yeah, that was the joke.
Oh. Which this Abraham Lincoln does in fact tell a lie during the movie because he keeps the fact that he's hunting vampires away from his wife, and that's why his son dies. Irony right there. But yeah, this is a dumb action movie that had no place being anywhere, but it's a movie, and by all means, it's not great, but it was just like a fun, dumb action movie just to watch. The special effects on the vampires look pretty cool too. they don't look like a lot of the vampires like you see in a lot of the movies too, which I think is pretty cool. Like they have like a different type of effect that they used. Um, so I
If
really
you had to
enjoyed that.
compare it,
Honestly, um, the closest thing I can compare it to, honestly, with some of the stuff that they did would be, I don't know if anyone's seen the new Morbius trailer, but it kind of looks like the way he moves in that movie. Um, are you gonna watch? Actually, that is on that is on my watch list. Actually,
is that in the same universe or is that just another dumb?
it's on. Apparently, it's like on Netflix only or something like that. But my coworker was telling me about it because he came back while I was watching that. Watching this movie, it's like, oh, you should watch Abraham Lincoln versus Zombies next. I'm like, that's a thing. So it is on. I think I might actually pump that out before the next podcast just to complete the Trinity because it was going to be a Trinity, but I just didn't have it's on Blu-ray. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I saw it on Netflix too. Yeah.
These Morbius
Or
images I'm looking kind of look like Skyrim vampire. If you need a
yeah,
comparative.
they're
Fun
interesting.
fact: as someone who personally knew Abraham Lincoln, he did not, in fact, hunt zombies. That is a myth.
Correct. Yeah. It was actually the Ulysses S. Grant that was a zombie hunter. So
Oh, I didn't know that.
yeah.
I didn't know
Um,
Ulysses.
fair enough.
Yeah,
Shout out to him
I
being
wasn't
in the
born yet.
Lincoln movie, but if you knew Abraham Lincoln though, you knew Ulysses S. Grant because he fought in the Civil War.
That's the joke, John.
Oh, never mind. Anyways, yeah, shout out to for Ulysses S. Grant for being in Lincoln for a whole 5 minutes. But yeah, this movie was dumb and fun. So yeah, watch it. I'll say watch it just because it was. Oh, the last thing I want to say. They also did me dirty with the brain blasting because the movie ends with them going to the theater, so you don't even get to see them get into the theater. So
Outwards.
yeah, it ends with that, and then the vampire dude that helps him out in the present day, basically meeting a guy with the same circumstances as Abraham Lincoln, and it starts like a whole cycle thing. So I thought it was a neat way to end it, but yeah, you get shafted in this movie too, which I thought was for a movie as gory and bloody as it was. I did not expect. I expected there to be some brain blasts, but
When will a
again,
movie show us the ridiculousness of the Lincoln assassination?
I need it.
It's like one of the most ridiculous presidential assassinations in history.
Yeah, I think the second one would be fuck, who was
The
it?
attempted assassination of Andrew Jackson is the stupidest thing you've ever heard.
No, who's more recent?
Oh.
It was what the fuck was it?
Well, Andrew Jackson was
Whoever.
the first president anyone ever tried to assassinate.
Yeah, goddamn motherfuckers on a $20 bill. I can't remember who it was, but it was it was the dude that got polio, I think. Theodore Roosevelt. He got shot in the fucking chest and just continued his fucking speech.
Yeah.
And he went to the hospital after. Badass dude. Good for him.
Theodore Roosevelt was cool. He also
Yeah,
had boxing matches while he was president.
yeah. Just that dude's a fucking bona fide badass.
He is one of the most badass presidents.
Ironically, Andrew Jackson hated paper money.
Yeah, he was against federal banking. Yeah. To be fair, Andrew Jackson was a dickhead.
Yeah.
So, good. He would have hated being on the money, so I say good. Also, Andrew Jackson, my favorite president.
Fair enough.
The man was a lunatic. He is so fun. Like I said, first president anyone tried to assassinate.
I don't know much about him, to be honest.
Oh, well, it's a delightful story. A man snuck out from some bushes while Jackson was at a funeral. Hey, White Rabbit. I see you there. You're in my sights. And tried to fire 2 pistols at him. They both misfired. And Jackson reacted by taking the cane he always had with him. They call him Old Hickory. He had an Old Hickory cane. And beating the man with it. And the presidential aides had to pull the president off of his would-be assassin because Andrew Jackson was going to beat the man to death right in the funeral.
Badass.
He
Not as bad
also
as
had
badass city, but
he also had an unknown number of duels. I think they confirmed at least 10 duels on the White House lawn. But it could be upwards of like 200 number of people he just killed on the White House lawn. The man was a lunatic. I love him, but like not in the I think he was a great guy kind of way. In the wow, what an interesting historical figure kind of way. Jackson was told not to do the Trail of Tears, and they said, "Watch me when your high school history book has the answer." Andrew Jackson is the reason Florida is a U.S. state because they wanted to. I believe Spain owned it at the time, and they were like, "Hey, we keep getting attacked by the Native Americans in the area. Can America send some people to like stop them?" And the U.S. was like, "Sure, we're gonna send General Andrew Jackson." And Andrew Jackson's like, "Hey, you know what would be a really convenient way to prevent Spain from getting attacked by the Native Americans? What if the U.S. owned Florida?" So he conquered Florida from Spain.
well, now we have Disneyland and all those awesome memes.
I
So
don't know the full story behind it. I know Andrew Jackson led an army of pirates in the Battle of Orleans. Um, the man, he once intentionally got shot during a duel just so his opponent knew how fucked he was. Andrew Jackson is a lunatic, and I love him.
Made the funny thing about that statement is I literally bought Disneyland tickets today, so I should know that.
Andrew Jackson ran against John Quincy Adams in the election of 1826, and it was the worst election in U.S. history. It was even worse than Trump versus Hillary. Because it was Andrew Jackson who did everything we just talked about, including the Trail of Tears, versus John Quincy Adams, a man who funded an expedition to the North Pole because he believed there was a 5-mile hole to the center of the Earth which contained mole people, and he wanted to trade with them.
What a bold man.
So, next time you look at the presidential candidates and you're like, these both suck.
Think about that.
Think about the election of 1826. The lowest point in American history.
Anyways, yeah, watch Abraham Lincoln Vampire. It's stupid fun.
John Quincy Adams was also a corrupt dickhead. That was the reason Andrew Jackson beat him. Like, he bought his way to victory. It was, like, super sketchy. Like, Andrew Jackson was the good guy in that election, if you can believe that.
I'm voting for Mole Man.
It was also the election that started the trend of two candidates just slandering each other. John Quincy Adams released, I think there were like 12 different versions of these pamphlets. I think they were called the coffin pamphlets, which were it was nothing but coffins lined from one end of the pamphlet to the other end of the pamphlet with just names written on them, and the names were people that Andrew Jackson killed.
That's great.
So yeah, next time you look at your presidential candidates and go, I hate both of these people, think to yourself, well, at least it wasn't 1826. could have been a worse election.
That is fair. All right, let's move it right along.
Right, yes. Oh yeah, real quick. Most badass presidents in U.S. history. Andrew Jackson, Theodore Roosevelt, John F. Kennedy, George Washington, a fifth guy.
Yeah.
I was just trying to rattle them off really quick. There was wasn't Eisenhower a general?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Sir Eisenhower.
And Ulysses S. Grant. He's a pretty badass.
Yeah. There you go. The fifth one's open to interpretation, but I didn't want to spend too much time on naming the coolest presidents.
I'm throwing Grant in there just because he was cool.
There you go. You know what? Grant can have fifth slot. I don't have a strong opinion on Eisenhower.
Fair enough.
If I remember correctly, he was a shitty president.
Fair enough.
All right, moving on?
Yep, moving on.
All right.
Eternals, one of the most controversial MCU movies to come out in God knows how long.
Oh, Eisenhower was a 5-star general. Maybe we should put him back on the list.
No pants. We should. Yeah, Eternals, a movie that has been shrouded in controversy for the last couple weeks because it's been getting
Oh,
slammed.
I actually think John Quincy Adams was a nudist. I think he was the nudist He was the nudist president. He was the president that loved stripping off all of his clothing and he would just walk around naked.
I mean, who doesn't?
Yeah. Sorry about that. I got distracted by Maid's image.
That's okay. That's okay. Yeah. So yeah, this movie somehow got the lowest rating of any Marvel movie on Rotten Tomatoes, because critics hated it for some stupid reason. I'm gonna flat out say it. It's probably because of the representation of a same-sex couple in the movie, and I think that's pretty stupid. It's also the reason why it's not releasing in India and Qatar and a couple other places. But everyone has their rules and the limits, whatever. I thought that was the least offensive part of this movie. I didn't hate this movie.
Shit!
What?
It just sounds like you're about to get hot on it.
No.
Oh, okay. You
no,
said the least offensive part. I'm like, oh,
no,
John about to light this one up.
my older brother's gay. I'm used to it. And I have a whole bunch of gay friends and whatnot.
Updated the race, gender, and sexuality of Eternals from their comic book counterparts. I hate the phrasing of that. Updated? What the hell does that mean?
So the entire team of the Eternals, back in the 70s, when they were created by Jack Kirby, were all predominantly white. So a big problem that a lot of people had with this movie is that they're all different races. And there's obviously a child, and there's also a deaf person too. But you also have, an African American, you have an Asian woman, you have an Asian man, you have your Scottish dude for whatever reason. You have your Latina, you have your Indian representation, and whatever fucking Droog's supposed to be. I don't know, like the normal guy. I don't know.
Okay, can I be honest then?
Yeah.
I totally understand it. Like I always say that, like if I actually see something that I think is just pandering, I'll call it out. That legitimately, when you paint the whole cast as just a big old vibrant rainbow like that, it goes beyond the step of being inclusive and just goes to you sound like you are pandering. Like that's what that sounds like to me. Like that sounds too inclusive. If that makes any sense. It sounds less like they were like trying to just create characters and casting the actors they thought that were best, and they were literally just checking off lists on a box. And like, as I've said before, that's when it seems like you're just checking off box, like you're just trying to make check marks on a box. That's the point where I'm like, that's too much.
And I also just realized Angelina Jolie is not in this picture for some reason, and I apologize for that, Angelina. She's also in this movie. She plays one of the Eternals. Anyways, I didn't honestly have a problem with any of that. Marvel's been called out for whitewashing multiple times. So now when they're like, "Hey, we're not going to do that anymore," people are like, "I don't like it." So I think it's more like people just need to make up their fucking minds and either like tell daddy what they want for real or just shut their fucking mouths. Because they made a huge stink when Tilda Swinton was cast as the Ancient One in Doctor Strange, which I honestly didn't give a shit about that casting. I thought it was fine. I thought honestly it would have been more offensive if it was played by an older Asian man, but that's just me. Um, but like, I don't have a problem with it. Like, I think it's cool. Like, honestly, like the only issue I had in it was just like the fact that the movie was 2/3 of the movie is great, but the last act of the movie is kind of where it all falls apart. Obviously, I'm not going to go into spoilers or whatever because it's still a brand new movie. But I thought the cast was phenomenal. Like everyone in the movie played their part perfectly. Obviously, Camille Nanjiani, who is also in Silicon Valley, the Indian man in the back, was fantastic at his part. Like he had to play the funny guy, which he does very well. He also got
Oh
super
god, I
jacked
hate
for
the
the
archetype of the funny guy.
yeah. But I mean, like he becomes whatever. So the whole story of the Eternals, like in this movie, is that they've been on Earth for like 7,000 years or whatever. Like they helped humanity go. They protect them against the group called the Deviants, who are a race that are just there on multiple planets. That other Eternals are also fighting on different planets as well. Um, 'Cause they're just there to feed on people, blah blah blah, and they literally the Deviants have. That's the thing. I can't really get into it a little bit, but so that's the whole purpose. They come to Earth to do that, and they're told to stay on Earth until the threat's gone. Um, which they do. In this movie, they switch between present day and the past. Like you get sent to like they start off in whatever BC, and then it just shows them in like Mesopotamia and like different areas throughout history, which I thought was a really awesome part of the movie. Like Chloe Zhao did a very good job at that stuff. It was like for whatever reason, as soon as you get to the third act, this movie kind of like just falls apart, and like the fight scenes are obviously good because that's Marvel's strong suit is the fight scenes. But just like the whole trying to figure out a way to talk about it without spoiling it. um, it's like the whole ambitions and motives of some of the characters make sense, but they're stupid and could have been done in a different way where it wasn't stupid. Um, this is also like the first movie we actually see and hear as Celestial, and like them really get talked about more than just like kind of a mentioning in Guardians of the Galaxy, which I thought was very good, very well done. Showing like obviously the size and the stature and the omnipotence of the Celestials. Like this is like the first Marvel movie that starts off with a little bit of lore first, kind of be like, hey, this is what's going on, this is what this is about, and then kind of gets into the movie. Um, which I think was a smart idea because like obviously a lot of normal people going to this movie aren't going to be like, I don't remember what a Celestial is because that was talked about in 2014, so it's kind of good to get a little refresher. Um, but yeah, the cast itself is like really good. Like each individual Eternal has its own like superpower type thing. Like Icarus, who played by Richard Madden, who's also of Game of Thrones. He's basically Superman kind of. Like he shoots shit out of his eyes. He has super strength and flight. Makari, who's the deaf one, is super fast. Sprite can create illusions. Who's the little girl? Gemma Chan, who plays Cersei in this, can transmute shit. Um, Druid can control people's minds. Ajax can heal people. Fastos is like the tech guy, so he like makes technology and stuff like that. Like he's I can it's not really a spoiler, but like they show him in Hiroshima and he's like responsible for showing people how to make the atom bomb, which I thought was kind of cool. And he like completely regrets it and like loses faith in humanity.
That sounds
Kingo.
really stupid.
Oh, it's all stupid, but
Okay.
in the it's all stupid,
Especially
but
because the guy who created the atom bomb also regretted making the atom bomb.
yeah, that's why I was like, okay,
It's like the second most famous thing about Oppenheimer.
which also shout out to the Oppenheimer movie coming out by Nolan. Hopefully, it doesn't suck.
Oh, that sounds like it'll be poorly mixed.
It's got a solid cast so far, but we'll see. Yeah, Robert Downey Jr. is supposed to be in it. And somebody else I can't remember. Cillian Murphy is another one. Anyways, oh Matt Damon, but Matt Damon's hit and miss. Anyways, but yeah, so like it's a solid cast. I like that all their powers are different too, because it creates like something different to watch when you're watching it on screen instead of everyone just being like punchy or shooty and stuff like that. Everyone's different in a way, and all their abilities like mesh together in a way too. Oh, also someone who's not pictured is Thena, who's Angelina Jolie. She can create weapons out of like the cosmic power that she has,
Oh, like
which is
Psylocke, but
kind of
with a
yeah,
different power source. Yeah,
correct, yeah. Um,
cosmic
like
Psylocke.
like she can make any type of weapon she thinks of. Like yeah, she can have a sword, like a spear, a shield, like a little like dagger type thing. It's really cool. Like this movie. The one thing that I came out of the movie like this movie is shot beautifully. Like it looks everything about this movie looks amazing. Like the landscapes, like the visual effects are very good. Like everything looks really good. It's honestly probably like the most beautifully shot MCU movie to date. Um, just because they obviously did location based shooting and stuff like that. Like parts of where they went to Australia looked really nice. They went to obviously not Mesopotamia, but probably Iraq. That's where Mesopotamia is now, I think, right? Something like that or somewhere around there. I don't remember. But anyways, everything looks very nice. The deviants all are different too. Like it doesn't look like something like the Ultron army or the Chitauri army. Like everything looks the same. They all look different. They all had like a different uniqueness to them too. So it was fresh every time one of the new, the non boring basic Syndicon. Yeah, like very very well shot. Like shout out to Chloe Zhao for the direction on this movie because it looks really good. However, again, third act is very sloppy, and the movie wraps up interestingly. One thing I haven't mentioned is that Cersei is also dating Dane Whitman. For those of you who don't know who Dane Whitman is, he eventually becomes the Black Knight in the comics. And he's kind of just like left alone at the end of the movie, which is pretty cool. Um, I am going to talk about the post credit scenes because those have already been spoiled to shit. And they're pretty cool, and I want to talk about them. So yeah, third act is just garbage. Like 2/3 of this movie is fantastic though. Like up until that third act, when it really starts going, like this movie is like honestly, if that third act was like perfect, this probably would have been honestly the one of the best MCU movies to date. But unfortunately, it had that falling and during that act. But um, anyways, post credit scenes. Spoilers. So if anyone wants to jump out, jump out. All right. The first one is them on the ship after everything's said and done. Oh, that's right. I forgot about the delay. I saw the horns. Yeah. Um. So three of them go off to find the other Eternals at the end of the movie. It's Thena, Makari, and Druig. They're all on the ship, and a someone teleports onto the ship, and it's none other than fucking Pip the Troll, voiced by Patton fucking Oswald, and it's the funniest thing in the world.
I
Also
have
with
no
him,
idea who that is, by the way.
fair enough. Not a lot of people do. He's mostly with Adam Warlock and shit like that.
Oh, I
So
know very little about Adam Warlock.
yeah, he
I
was like in
mostly
the
know him from Infinity Gauntlet.
yeah, he was in the Pip the Troll and Adam Warlock were like in the Infinity Watch comics together and stuff like that. He actually
Not
gets Pip
watch
the Troll.
Gauntlet.
Yeah. I'm talking about yeah, he was in the Watch comics. So
Yeah.
like he gets trapped in the Soul Stone with Adam Warlock and shit. Anyways, Adam Warlock's gonna be coming up in Guardians of the Galaxy 3, which is pretty cool. But with Pip the Troll is also Eros, who is the brother of Thanos, who is also an Eternal as well, who's played by fucking Harry Styles, and I think that's a bold choice. But apparently he's actually a very good actor, which I didn't even know he was an actor until I saw this movie. Um, and they go off to go look for the other Eternals. Second one, which was I think personally better, is Dane contemplating opening a box that his uncle left him, which happens to house the Ebony Blade. Which, for those you don't know about the Black Knight, the Ebony Blade is the thing that gives him the powers to turn into Black Knight and stuff like that. And you hear a voice off camera that asks him if he's ready for this yet. And lo and behold, it's actually Blade who is asking him. So it looks like
Okay,
either
that's
Blade,
actually cool.
yeah, which coming out of the theater, I did not know that because it sounds.
I'm so disappointed that he ain't Wesley Snipes, though.
I'm fine with it. Wesley Snipes is a madman.
I'd have
Mahershala Ali is
look.
Blade, and he's
I'm
really
gonna
good.
be honest though. If they got Wesley Snipes back, the amount of money they would make.
Fair enough. I would. I mean, I liked the first two Blade movies. I don't like the third one, obviously, because
Nobody does.
yeah. I mean, if I watch Blade, I watch all three of them just because I watch it as a trilogy. Same thing if I watch Ghostbusters, I'll watch 1, 2, and then 2016. Um, but I mean, Mahershala Ali, who's been in a whole bunch of fantastic movies, is gonna nail it as Blade. It sounded like Samuel L. Jackson, so when I was leaving the theater with my buddy and we were talking about it, we were like thoroughly convinced it was Samuel L. Jackson. Until Chloe Zhao confirmed that no, that's not Sam Jackson. That is actually Blade, Mahershala Ali, that does that line, and I'm like, all right, so that actually opens a whole bunch of stuff. So that means they're probably gonna be hanging out and teaming up and doing some vampire killing, which I'm very excited for the next Blade movie. Overall, this movie is pretty good. I'm gonna give it a 7 out of 10. If it didn't have a sloppy third act, this probably would have been like a solid 9
Pretty
for an
good. 7 out
MCU.
of 10.
Yeah,
I repeated that because I threw up the horns before, after
yeah.
you rated it.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah, I forgot about the spoilers, but yeah.
Yep.
If you want to go see it, it's worth it. Don't believe the critics. It's not really a bad movie. Like it's still like a good movie to watch. Like there's good parts in it. There's good action scenes. There's pretty damn good comedy. Like there was some good laughs and goofs and gaffs in it. There's some pretty big implications to the MCU coming up. So if you care about that shit, go watch it.
Okay.
Good watch. Very long movie though. It was like 2 hours and 30 minutes.
Pass rent by.
Yeah, Rent. You know,
Okay.
Rent it. If you care about this, you don't need to watch it to understand anything other than stuff that's coming out probably in a couple years. So it's something you can probably just watch on Disney Plus when it comes to Disney Plus. But go see it.
Okay. All right. So, a few things for me to say about this. Number one, nobody knows who Black Knight is. I have no idea who Black Knight is, and I don't think anyone does.
I've only know of him because he was in one of the Avengers shows. He was in one of the comics I read that he teamed up in the Avengers with.
Okay.
Interesting character, yeah.
Mesopotamia is right around Iraq, which
Okay.
I think you said. You either said Iraq or Iran, so I think you nailed it.
Iraq, yeah.
So I realized that what I was gonna ask you, who on this poster was Black Bolt. I realized that the Eternals are not the Inhumans, and I have no idea who the Eternals are.
The Eternals were created by Jack Kirby. They're basically a galaxy hopping team that kind of like helps out in different areas. Depending on what it is. Like they have some interesting comics, yeah.
Okay.
They went away for a while, then they came back in like the early 2000s or something like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Another point that I will say is I've stared at this poster while you're talking about this, and I have realized I hate this poster.
Yeah, I don't know why I picked this one.
I do not like it. It is like they're so awkwardly posed, and I think what they did is they took a picture and then they like sketched over it and then colored. I cannot. Oh God, I think it's horrible. If it was just an actual picture of the people, I think it would look better.
It's also missing Angelina Jolie, which I noticed like as soon as I saw it up, I'm like, yeah.
Firm Uncanny Valley. I hate it so much.
Yeah. bad pick by me, so I'll take the responsibility.
That's fine. I wasn't blaming you. I was blaming whoever made this.
Fair enough.
But yeah, final point, tad controversial. I'm not a fan of whitewashing any more than I am like changing. I just don't like it when main characters like races or general identities get changed in general. So I would have to be a huge hypocrite to say I'm all about that and not call it out. Because one, I always say I would call it out. So yeah, I'll call it out. I would not be a major fan of changing literally everyone to a diverse rainbow.
So,
But that's most people who would say that would be a huge hypocrite. But on me, I'm just being on brand.
In the context of the movie, it makes sense.
Okay. Well.
Yeah. Like there's an actual reason for it.
All right.
But it's a spoiler, so I don't want to.
No, that's fine. But I always said I would like call it out if I see something that sounds like they're just pandering, for example, or and I mean I've called it out both ways. So if anything, it's just on brand for me. I'm not.
Yeah, like if it didn't make sense in the context of the movie, I would have been like, okay, this might be a little bit much, but it makes sense in the context of what happens in the movie.
Fair enough. I won't judge it because I haven't seen it and I won't. But yeah.
Fair enough.
I can understand, like, I just want to say, like, arm's length, someone who doesn't care enough about this movie to actually look at it. I understand where people would be coming from.
Fair enough.
So, but I'm also can't call me a bigot because I just defended High Guardian Spice for like 1.5 hours. So fuck you.
All
right, moving on. I don't even know what this is anymore. Oh, yes. This is my topic, I think. Assuming I don't have everything horrifyingly out of order. Okay.
Yeah, we should only have 2 topics left before the main event.
We do have 1 topic after this?
Yeah.
That's not You're Under Arrest?
No, actually, no, this is the last one. Never mind.
Why the hell do I have 2 images then?
What's the other one?
Oh, it's You're Under Arrest and I Can't Count.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Sage, yeah. Cute witch. Okay, so, yeah, because the 2 topics are both this. Okay, so, I did my best to find the same generic, Creative Commons, tabletop image I found last time, and I think this is the same one, although it might have been higher quality before. Okay, so let's talk some RPGs. All right, Critical Role Campaign 3 has been launched. I'm not going to talk about it midway through. I'm just going to talk beginning and end like I normally do. There are 2 episodes up on YouTube, and they've already done the live stream for the 3rd one, but I didn't watch it because I never watch it live because I don't care enough to watch anything live. I don't care enough to watch Critical Role live because I don't want to I can't skip the ads.
Fair.
If it's live. So anyway, they're now in Marquette, which is the desert country, although they're not specifically in desert part of the desert country. Pieces of Campaign 1 went into Marquette, so this isn't specifically untread territory. Most of the characters, about half of them are new, but the other half aren't. Like there are 3 characters that were from Exandria Unlimited, which I already reviewed, and then Bertrand Bell from Search for Grog has reappeared also. So it's interesting with the character recycling. Bertrand Bell I'm okay with, because that went, from what I understand, that went in the direction everyone kind of expected it to. But I'm not a big fan of the recycling of the Exandria Unlimited characters because there's been backlash about this because people are like, oh, now I feel like I had to watch Exandria Unlimited even though I didn't like Exandria Unlimited. But everyone remembers I liked Exandria Unlimited. Assuming you watch every episode of the podcast like you're supposed to. My issue is that Exandria Unlimited kind of had a sort of cliffhanger, and there was whole arcs that were being set up in Exandria Unlimited, and the fact that the characters are appearing from that in Campaign 3 actually seems like it's just like, well, we're never going to get closure on what was happening, like, on the arcs in Exandria Unlimited. So the fact that they're recycling the characters almost seems like the characters are being set backward. It's this whole, like, thing. I'm like, it just leaves this like feeling of incompleteness. Anyway, as for the new characters, they're doing okay. Fresh cut grass is a thing. I'm willing to see where Sam is going with that. I'm actually a lot more interested in Laura Bailey's Imogen and Marisha Ray's Laudna characters than anything. Talison's character doesn't really have me engaged yet, but we'll see where they're going with it. Obviously, I can't really review the story because there is no story. There's 2 episodes on YouTube, period. So all I could talk about is the characters. Yeah, that's it. That's Exandria Unlimited. Or sorry. See the problem? See the problem with recycling characters? That's Campaign 3's opening. I'll tell you more about it when it's done in 18 years. Yeah, I can't even give you a rent or buy on it. I mean, it just started. There's 8 hours of this, which sounds like a lot, but I assure you it's not.
That's like 2 of our podcasts.
It is like 2 of our podcasts, but also I think like Campaign 2 is like 130 episodes. So it's like not as far as like a tabletop goes, like tabletops are like the ultimate in long form storytelling. So it's really nothing. Anyway, the last one's Camp Kikimama. I don't think this campaign had a specific name for it, so I'm going to call it the Camp Kikimama campaign. This was done by Funhaus, of all people. I'm not sure if anyone knows who Funhaus is. They're like the second coming of Inside Gaming from like Machinima, if anyone remembers Inside Gaming. But now Inside Gaming is a news channel. But anyway, basically it's the system called Dread I've never heard before, which basically just involves, instead of rolling, they play Jenga. And it is about a bunch of like camp counselors and like the owner of the camp, and all of a sudden a slasher film breaks out. And they have to try and escape the camp. It is a hysterical riot. There's 3 episodes. It's very short. I think each episode is around 1 hour, so 3 hours in total. So for the length of a movie, you can have a hysterical slasher adventure, and that also involves Jenga for some reason. It's a nice little campaign. They do cocaine at one point. If I can recommend any campaign that I've talked about other than Adventure Zone Balance, I would recommend the Camp Kikimama one, because you can literally watch it on the toilet. So there we go.
And I cannot recommend cocaine any more than I already have.
There you go. That was it.
Watch it if you like the tabletops. Do it.
Yep. Oops. All right, ready to go into it?
The main event. Zach, what is this? What is this thing that we do?
Well, you see, John, when you had to take over for me last time, we actually established that whoever is supposed to be hosting has to do the intro.
All right. Welcome to Anime Dartboard, our monthly book club where we watch the same anime. It can be a 4-episode OVA, or it could be a 12 to 13 episode anime that's maybe good. Or hell, it could even be a movie. This month we have you under arrest. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we had to establish 500 minutes in maximum.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah, it was very like nebulous at first, but then I realized that there are OVAs that could be like 13 episodes, but each one is like an hour long. So, like, it would because the original rules included stuff like Katanagatari, which is way too long to have appeared on Dartboard. So, yeah, we decided about 500 minutes is the maximum length of anything that we'd be willing to watch. You're under arrest. What'd you think of You're Under Arrest?
I am very middle on this one.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. Like, I really liked it, but it was also, like, boring in some spots. It was very weird because like some of the episodes were like I think one episode was like 24 minutes, and then like the next one was like 35 or something like that. It was very like, yeah, I don't know, it was just weird. But like I didn't hate it. I liked it, but I wasn't in love with it.
I felt like the first episode was like bordering on an 8 out of 10, and then I felt, to me, everything else just slided more into a 7. The first episode was a real highlight to it. I loved the like relationship starting with the girls, and I like the comedic little chase scene at the beginning. This is an anime with a lot of chase scenes, like like it's all chase. It's really weird how many chase scenes are in this.
There's at least 7.
It's every episode is a chase scene.
Yeah.
There's no like firefights or anything, or like they never arrest anyone. They never are like, hey, you can't park here or anything. It's always just a chase scene in a car.
You're under arrest. There was not one arrest.
Yeah, they just chase people down in cars. I really liked the characters. For them, I think they were the highlight of the show for me. And I liked the relationship. I liked how like the girls kind of became friends over time. And I kind of liked the coin toss at the beginning. Maybe that was just me. I really appreciated the like leave it to fate, but then the fate thing doesn't really matter at the end. I thought that was kind of clever. And like the relationship between the like main girl and the oversensitive biker dude.
Yeah. Which one, Ken or?
I don't remember anyone's names. I watched this like 8,000 years ago.
I watched it today.
Yes, Ken, you are correct. Yeah, between Miyuki and Ken. This actually makes me want to watch the rest of the series, but all of that is too long to put on dartboard. So, one day I will watch the rest of You're Under Arrest, but it won't be on dartboard. Yeah, I liked it. I just generally liked it. I really don't think there's a lot to say because it's not a really plot heavy series. It was only 4 episodes, and I don't remember a lot of what happened other than chasing.
That's basically it.
There was some exciting moments for sure. I liked the characters. I liked development. I liked the relationships. But there's really not too much for me to say about that. There isn't a lot of meat and potatoes for me to dig into. Like I can't think into like the themes or the motifs. Unless you count car driving as a motif, in which case I don't know what else to say about it other than, hey, car driving.
They do drive some cars.
They drive some cars, yeah.
They do drive some cars. Not a single arrest, but they do drive some cars.
Is that true? I don't know if that's true. I feel like they arrest. I feel like they arrest some people. I feel like the bare minimum they arrest the guy in like episode like 2 or 3 that's like driving on the highway in the rain.
Maybe.
Doesn't Ken arrest that guy? I think Ken arrests that guy.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. The sad thing is I just watched this like literally a few hours ago. But I mean, yeah, same thing. Like it wasn't bad, but it wasn't great. Like it's very very medium. It was likable. Like I liked it. Like I didn't hate it.
I think it has the potential to be great.
Yeah, I feel like if I watched more of it, I probably would have had different opinions on it, but I believe there's like 50-something episodes to it or something like that.
It's a little, yeah, it definitely feels a little rushed. I will agree with that thing that you didn't quite say, but I felt like we're kind of leading into, is that it felt very brief. And a little bit rushed to me, because it was like 4 episodes, and it's been a year since they've been together, like out of nowhere.
Yeah, I thought that was very weird.
Yeah. So, I think this bun needed a little more time in the oven, and it could have pushed higher. But
yeah, like I felt like if this was like a 13 episode type thing or a 12 episode.
Yeah,
I probably would have enjoyed it a lot more. Yeah,
27 episodes perhaps.
Yeah,
47. Sorry.
Oh, it's 43. Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah.
Oh no, there's so many. There's like 47 episodes, and then In America, and then it's like a whole franchise. I think there's like 3 movies.
Yeah.
Anyway,
it's a 7.
I agree. 7.
Yeah.
Can't.
It wasn't offensive, but it wasn't anything to write home about.
I just liked it.
Yeah.
I just generally liked it.
This is the easiest dartboard we've done so far. What do we have next month?
Yes,
ready. We had 2 short ones in a row.
Ready to spin that dart?
Let's spin that dart, man. Let's fart that dart. Let's kiss the piss. as the boys say.
This is getting distressing. All right, we're already in there. Oh, God, no, this isn't canon. Whatever this says isn't actually the answer, because I didn't actually shuffle.
Obviously, I can't plug into a TV without
Yeah, whatever. Okay. Yeah, don't applaud it. Don't applaud it. It's not canon. All right, shuffle. 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 If it's the same thing again, though...
That's fate. That'd be really funny, actually.
If it's the same thing again, it's totally canon. Alright, wait. Wait, what is this?
Jiku Toshu Tenshu Nazca? I don't know.
Holy shit! I know exactly what this is! And I know exactly why!
Dimension movement of Nazca?
Oh god! Oh, I know what this is and I know why it is.
Oof, that's got a 5.6. Yeesh.
Alright, John. Alright. Okay. Alright, so here's the deal. I know what this is, and I know exactly why this is. First off, I'm going to apologize. Because I hear this is terrible.
Well, it's been a very long time since we had something purely awful.
This is on here for one reason, and one reason only.
What's that?
Have you seen Malcolm in the Middle?
Where are you going with this?
Have you seen Malcolm in the Middle, John?
Yeah.
Do you remember the opening of Malcolm in the Middle?
Life is unfair. Yeah.
Do you remember that there is a 1-second clip in the opening of Malcolm in the Middle where some dude from an anime turns the camera and smiles?
Are you kidding me right now?
I am not.
I need to watch this right now. Hold on. Hold on. Continue talking, but...
Well, okay. Jiko Tenshuo Nazca. Dimension Movement of Nazca. Miura Kyoji, a dedicated kendo student, discovers that his Shisho master, Tate Masanari, is a reincarnated Incan warrior named Yuaru, who wishes to destroy the world to purify it. Kyoji himself is a warrior Bilka, who foiled Yuaru's plan in their previous lives. Yuaru gathers other awakened spirits to release the powers of nature. Now Kyoji must wrestle with his own fate and decide if he is merely a vessel for the reincarnated soul or if he is truly Miura Kyoji and will be much better able to save the world in the future. He knows it. This got an average score of 5.6. Aired in spring 1998 and was animated by Genko and Radix. And I don't know who these studios are. Genko apparently worked on Sword Art Online, Toradora, Sword Art Online, Elfen Lied. I think they do assistant animation, because I know for a fact they weren't the head animations of any of this. Golden Times, JC staff, yeah. I think they just help work on it, so they're not a real studio. Yeah, because I know for a fact they didn't do any of these. I mean, these are all good shows, but they definitely weren't behind them. Wow, yeah. Nope, that studio go kill me. I don't know if they've made an anime that isn't this.
Oh, jeez.
Wow. No, wow. I just keep scrolling, and they haven't made any of this. Nope. This was made by Radix. Okay, they probably assisted Studio Radix in creating this. I don't think this is a Genko studio. I think Genko helped, but I think this is probably Radix. In that case. Oh, here we go. Here's something they apparently worked on. I've never heard of that, and that's the same series as that, and I've never heard of it still. And they made this, and I don't know what that is. And what has Radix done? Radix does Habane Rimu. Okay, so some of this, so they do a lot of obscure old crap. In fact, this stuff is so old that I'm willing to bet Radix has gone bankrupt.
Well,
Yeah, this stuff is so old that I'm willing to bet Radix doesn't exist anymore. Anyway, it is directed by. Oh
Bryan
dear
Cranston.
God! It literally doesn't even say who it's directed by. Oh my God! A director's not even listed.
Well, this is looking like a fucking steamy pile of dog shit.
Average. Yeah, there are 12 episodes. Average 24-minute episodes. Action, adventure, drama, fantasy. Okay, hold on. Hold on real quick. I'm going to go to ANN for this show and see if ANN has anything. No. ANN, please. Anime News Network. Anime News Network is an even better source than Mal when it comes to people who actually work on anime. News Network.
Made said Radix Ace Entertainment closed their doors on October 1st, 2006.
Yep, that's what I thought.
So they lasted 8 more years.
Okay, here we go. Nazca TV. Here we go. Pull this up for ANN. And this was directed by Hiroko Tokida. Here we go.
It started in 1995. They lasted a whole 11 years.
Here we go. Hiroko Tokida. Directed something I've never seen before, something I've never heard of before, something I've never heard of before. He did composition on an actually good show, School Rumble, one of my favorite animes, but that's not a direction role. He did script on it, so I guess he can maybe write, possibly. I've never heard of that. Oh, I've heard of Touch. Oh, he directed Touch. I bet Maid's seen Touch. Nope. Isn't this this is looks like oh, I thought this was Takahashi Rumiko. This is done by Mitsuru Adachi. I don't know who this is. Well, anyway, I've heard of Touch before. It's pretty well regarded, as you can see. So he at least directed something noteworthy.
Let's slap him with the synopsis.
For what? Touch?
No, for the...
I already read it.
Did you?
Yeah. Do you want to hear it again?
No.
Okay.
I don't think I will.
Anyway, yeah, Hiroko Tokida apparently was the director of this. So that's fun. Oh, Hiroko Tokida did School Rumble the manga. Oh. Okay. Well, that's pretty good then. Although I believe the manga and the anime. What the shit?
So my question is,
huh?
How did you know which anime it was from the 1 second it was in the Malcolm Middle theme song?
Oh my god! It actually took some tracking, but I believe Kenny Lauderdale made a video about it. Okay. Don't quote me on that.
It's literally like it's like a second. It's like 1 frame. And it's just a guy like running towards the screen, I'm pretty sure, right?
No, he turns and smiles. You want to see the frame? Here it is.
Oh, yeah, I just saw it, yeah.
There it is on screen, right there. I think Kenny Lauderdale made a video. I saw a video where someone talked about it.
That's what I'm seeing in Malcolm in the Middle.
No, that's the frame.
Oh, I see. Okay, it's there. Because there's another one later in this opening, too. It's like a guy skateboarding or some shit.
Oh, I'm unfamiliar.
Yeah.
Maybe it wasn't Kenny Lauderdale. Someone made a video about this.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No,
Um,
I just saw it. I don't know how I missed that, but I did.
Malcolm
Right, two random animes in the fucking opening.
Middle. You can also, I think, just type in Malcolm in the Middle anime. Oh, it was some. Okay, it was from Nintendo. No idea. But there you go. Yeah, that's it. There. Look, I hear it's terrible. I hear it's not worth watching. And the most famous thing about it is this specific clip where a guy just smiles at the camera, and that's it. That's the only thing anyone knows about this. This is just on here because it was in Malcolm in the Middle. It's going to be terrible.
Expectations are set very low.
I don't think I can possibly underestimate how low I want you to have your expectations. This will not be good.
Fair enough.
Because this... Is this... I might cut this out. Is this actually dubbed?
I mean, I would assume so if it was on the Malcolm Middle.
I'm pretty sure it's dubbed.
Where would I even find it, though?
I don't know. Let me see if I can find it.
And for the viewers at home, of course.
It's dubbed. Okay.
It's not on Funimation.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. We're going to cut out where to find it anyway. Anyway, okay, so, yes. Dimension Movement of Nazca. Look forward to that shit. I have very painfully low expectations. And you should too. But if we want to spice it up a little bit, let's look at our stats. And, hey, most people give it a 6. I think that expression says everything about this.
What, that giggle?
No, just the hands on the heads and the silence. Yeah, but on the plus side, if you go on this journey with me, you can claim that you watched the anime and the opening and Malcolm in the Middle. So,
well, now I know what now I want to know what the second one in the opening is now.
I only know the one thing. I mean, I guess I will watch the Malcolm in the Middle opening live. I will have to mute you, John, though.
That's fine.
All right, here we go. Let me rewatch the Malcolm in the Middle opening. No, just the actual opening, please. Mm-hmm. Yeah, there it is. Fighting Giant Turtle, 1 million years BC. Anime guy, Shiogami, episode 3 of Nazca. Monster coming out of the ocean, Kraken, Clash of the Titans. Woman held above nested pterodactyl, 1 million BC. Anime guy skateboarding is also from Nazca. Also, mud monster grabbing woman away from her boyfriend, creature from the haunted sea, skiing guy jumping off mountain in flames, the color of skiing, wrestling match, Canadian Bret Hart, Canadian wrestler, Canadian Benoit, locking him in his finishing move, the sharpshooter during the WCW World Heavyweight Championship match at WCW Mayhem 1999 pay-per-view in Toronto, Canada. Robot head being put together from the movie Out of the Unknown. Episode Liar, man beating brain monster with axe, the brain from planet Oris, and boxer knocking out referee, Cuban Pedro Cardenas fighting Canadian Wiley DeWitt, but accidentally KO'd referee Bert Lowe's instead during 1982 North American Championships in Las Vegas.
Neat.
So there you go. Still impossibly quiet.
That is, I don't
Oh, it might be because you're further away from the mic.
No, I have it set to far away now, so I haven't changed a single setting.
Weird.
Yeah. Well, that wraps up tonight's episode.
Yeah. Outro time. With Sack and Impossibly Quiet John.
I am impossibly quiet, John. How's everyone doing?
A little more audible now.
Yeah, fair
Um,
enough.
all right, so John, Impossibly Quiet John, why don't you go ahead and tell us what you got coming up?
Coming up, the finale, well, the continuation slash finale of Legend of Zelda: Majora's Mask, and I've been saying that for a very long time, but I mean it this time. I truly, deeply mean it. We are we're gonna finish it. After that, I don't know what we have next. Maybe it's gonna be Resident Evil 4 VR. Maybe it might be something different. Depends on the logistics of actually doing VR, and if my fat ass can be capable of standing up for that long doing VR and not breaking anything in my room. I have not tested these waters yet. Um, no, I'll probably try that a test run with like Half-Life Alex or something. Um, Other than that, coming up, Ghostbusters is coming up, so I'm very excited for that. But we'll talk about that next time. Other than that, it's just hopefully stream schedule gets back to normal. Um, yeah. What about you? What do you got coming up?
One thing I will say that I forgot to mention in the opening is I got a few new quotes on my channel that I'll go ahead and read out as our outro. Quote 58, I just had fucking sex on screen, Resident Evil 5.
I do remember that.
Quote 59, I always test with pussy, Resident Evil 5. And quote 60, I just love looking at old lady feet. It's my favorite. Really glad I'm playing this. The mortuary assistant. Let's see. Coming up, we're going to finish off Fatal Frame 3, The Tormented, and I may or may not do a mysterious FromSoft horror game afterward. I haven't fully decided. I might just... It might be... We might just be done with Horror Month. We might just be going right into Pokemon. So I don't know. We'll see which way the candle shakes. As for when I'm going to try to stream next, I want to say tomorrow. I want to say that. I will do what I can to make it tomorrow, but I have trouble standing up right now. So if it seems viable, I'll do it. If not, I am sorry. I will do Fatal Frame whenever I'm healthy enough to do Fatal Frame. That's all I can promise.
That's fair.
But yeah, no way we get through Fatal Frame and Pokemon by next podcast. So, but if we do, then after that, well, it would be Fatal Frame, possibly a FromSoft horror game, possibly not, and Pokemon we would have to get through. But assuming that happens, I will go ahead and mention that after that is fuck me. Digimon Next World Order. Mac Tears viewer request.
Yeah, I can't wait for that one.
I can.
I will play along with you.
Yeah, there we go. Everyone watch Nazca. No one is going to watch Nazca. I'm the only one that's going to... John is going to watch half an episode of Nazca and then just stop.
I made the promise to finish it, and I will finish it.
And you know what? Chances are, won't even blame him. You know what the craziest thing could possibly happen is I get to the end of this show and I'm like, you know what? This is my 5th favorite anime of all time. Literally better than Haruhi.
Something... Is that the volleyball one?
That's Haikyuu.
Oh, whatever. Something tells me that's not going to be the case.
Yeah, something tells me that's also not going to be the case. I agree with you.
But you never know. Stranger things have happened.
Well, one of my top 20 anime is Want to Be the World's Strongest, which is also a controversial pick. I think that might even be worse rated.
Fair enough.
So, nope. 5.79 as opposed to 5.6. Nope, never mind. This is actually worse rated.
Well, we hope that everyone enjoys Nazca, as we will. I might actually just watch it and then decide to watch all of Malcolm in the Middle.
If I had to hazard a guess, probably a better experience.
Probably. But
what we have to do is we watch everything in the opening of Malcolm in the Middle.
That's true, yeah.
I won't agree to this. for the record.
I mean, I've only seen Clash of the Titans, so
Oh, I have too. That movie sucks.
yeah, it's not great. It does not hold up.
No. I watched it in like middle school, I think.
I probably watched it. Didn't watch it in school, but I definitely watched it with my parents. And it was like, even that back then, I'm like, this looks like shit.
They showed it in middle school because we were studying Greek mythology, and even at the time in middle school, I was like, well, this isn't accurate at all. What is this bullshit? Like, even middle school Sack was upset by that movie not being accurate.
Let's see. Fun fact: since Dark Souls 2, the only non-Souls like FromSoft games they've done is a DS port of a PSP Monster Hunter spin-off where you play as cute monsters.
Oh, FromSoft? That's not true. They did a VR mystery game called like Decapre or something.
Next month will be a special podcast because after a year and a half of patiently awaiting, I will finally get to talk about the new Ghostbusters movie. So I'm very much looking forward to that.
Daracine. Yeah, which is a virtual reality mystery game.
Neat.
And a Monster Hunter 3DS PSP port.
Neat.
Um.
Anyways, where can we find you, Stack?
Here, this is my channel. You can also find me on YouTube at sacrabalic at YouTube, twitch.tv at sacrabalic.twitch.tv. You can find me at Forbidden Archives on YouTube. You can find me at Shouting Through the Chorus on YouTube. You can find me in your heart, and you can find me in your mom's pants. John?
My mom specifically?
Every mom's pants.
Okay.
Especially if she's a witch.
My mom is a witch, so...
Well, John, I'm sorry to tell you this then, but...
I mean, that's...
I am omnipresent in all mom's pants.
And I've been John. You can find me in the club, as 50 Cent would said. So you can find Sack at 123 Fake Street in Springfield. Fun fact, I live in a Springfield.
Fun fact, 50 Cent, actually a good rapper.
Fun fact, you cannot find me at the club, but you can find me at twitch.tv/ConquertheJohn, or on Twitter, or on any other social media platform. Everything is ConquertheJohn. I post stupid ass shit mostly on everything. So you can find me on Facebook, where my co-worker slash friend will post a Jeff Goldblum picture to my wall every day. Every day.
How many days has it been?
It has been 167, or 1,067. Sorry.
When will Sag stream this shitty 50 Cent games? I forgot those existed. First off, just right off the bat, I forgot those existed. Second off, I'm sure that those games have soundtrack done by 50 Cent, because literally, why wouldn't they? In which case, I will get immediately content claimed.
Correct, yeah. That'd be one of those games where you play muted.
But I believe that the character of 50 Cent is not, in fact, voiced by 50 Cent. I believe they couldn't even get him for his own game.
It sounds about right. All right.
Yeah, blood on the sand. Yeah. Yeah, because I'm pretty sure they actually have. The game was positively received upon release.
It was.
Apparently, it's actually a good game. Maybe
people really liked it. I remember it was like the talk of the town when that game came out.
Huh.
Yeah, that was like right after like the 8 Mile hype and stuff like that.
Oh, apparently they only made one of the games. It was just Blood on the Sand, but apparently it was actually a good game.
I think you're thinking of like Def Jam, like those games, because I'm pretty sure he was in it.
Oh, no, there was a game, 50 Cent Bulletproof.
Yeah, that's the only one I know of.
Yeah, Bulletproof, I was thinking of Blood and Sand, so there were two of them, I guess. Nope. Bulletproof is... What the hell is this? No, it is an action game. Yeah, okay. So there are at least two 50-cent games.
That's a fact.
Oh, but 50-cent Bulletproof got a 1 out of 10. Okay, so apparently Blood in the Sand is good, and the prequel, Bulletproof, is an absolute ass.
Booty.
Fair enough.
All right.
You
Everyone
said
stay
that
safe.
like something I've heard before.
What, booty?
Yeah.
You know me.
Your favorite Martian song, maybe?
Possibly.
Yeah. Yes,
Anyways.
your favorite Martian song. Okay, anyway. Yeah. You want to post your link?
No.
Okay, you don't need to know where John is. Figure it out. Okay. Anyway, good stream. I've been Sacrabalic, your envoy of hope.
And I've been John.
Your envoy of being really, really quiet and really, really loud.
I'm the envoy of never knowing what volume to be at.
There you go.
Everyone stays
And we forgot to talk about when the next podcast is. That will be December 4th. Which will be hosted by still me.
I will try to do it next month.
Nope. Still me.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
Still me. Because I was subbing in this time. You can get it January. All right.
January's gonna be stacked. We got Spider-Man to talk about.
Yeah. Hopefully January won't be like the last one either. We're getting near the time where I won't be able to stream so much anymore. So.
Fair enough. Anyways, everyone stay safe. Go see Ghostbusters when it comes out, and enjoy your month. And enjoy your Thanksgiving too. And eat that turkey.
I forgot about Thanksgiving entirely.
It's coming.
And I will be seeing you all eventually. All right. Bye-bye.
Goodbye now.